and roll today. Hopefully everything will work out well. Hopefully the audio's not too high. Mostly just because I'm actually gonna use this. I kind of had to redo some of the audio stuff, so I'm hoping everything's typical of that. My defaulted preferences that I did have for Guild Wars 2 kind of got reset, so that's been a fun new development. Actually, I don't want to... Just gonna grab that. I'm re-leveling, well, okay, right now I'm a Guardian, but eventually it's gonna be Dragon Hunter, because while I technically can be a Dragon Hunter on my other character, I kind of geared that character to be a firebrand and to have really good healing, and I'm too lazy, so I'm just gonna... And because I'm so lazy, I literally decided that it would just be more fun to gear up and get a character that's geared towards being... And, like, I know you can redo gear and all of that, but, like, I like my firebrand as a firebrand, and I don't want to... I like my firebrand Asura, and I want to create, like, a very, like, specific, I guess, thing. And I don't know. I mean, yeah, you can technically do all elite specs on one character, but sometimes it's fun not to do that. And this game is so alt-friendly that it gives you the power not to do that. So... I'm, grasping that power, I guess, and, yeah. And I had an open character slot, and I just kind of figured, like, why not, you know? But, let me just... I'm such a completionist that I'm mostly just trying to get, like, a lot of waypoints open. Because I know that, like, it doesn't really matter for the most part. I don't think I'm gonna make this in one. Yeah, no. Yeah, no. That wasn't gonna happen. Maybe I can... Okay, you did the... I'm still... My, sky scale usage abilities are still... I only, like... Okay, recently is maybe not the right word for it. I only... Okay, relatively recently in terms of when most people got sky scale, but not if you were account... Like, I only maxed out sky scale somewhat recently. Mostly, I've just been, like, so I'm not as good with all the different abilities for sky scale yet. And technically, I don't even have it completely maxed out, because I didn't get it, I got it through, Secrets of the Obscure, and not, I mean, okay. I did most of, Icebrood Saga, not Icebrood Saga, most of Living World Season 3 to try to get the sky scale, and I just kind of gave up when it required getting all that Crocolite ore and all that other resource shit. Which is where I am as of now with getting it through Secrets of the Obscure. But I know that, like, if you do it through that, and then you get it through Secrets of, and then you do the Mastery Track in Secrets of the Obscure, you can get, like, extra abilities. So I don't technically have those. I don't think I technically need those, but maybe there is something that's very useful in that. that I don't know about. I'm mostly just traveling from location to location doing events. This is like, probably like, I've probably recreated like over 20 characters now. I'm not, I don't do things literally anymore. I've done all the story beats. I don't need to do them literally anymore. I'm just shitting around this time around, I think. My, capacity to not be a murder hobo in this game is very limited. It's very fun to just, like, Guild Wars 2 has such good, like, exploration, and there's, like, always some little thing to do that, like, it's very addicting to just wander around and murder hobo a bit. Like, yeah, doing the story is good, but, like, it's also, once you've kind of done, like, I've done all of the story beats, and once you've done all of them, it's kind of fun just to murder hobo. Like, I don't need to redo that. I'll probably, like, do it just to get Vigil, Priory, or Whispers, but I'm not gonna...
How may I assist you?
I don't think I'm gonna be that. I missed a little bit of a point of interest over here. There we go. Ooh. Nice, I leveled up. I guess I'll take this because I'm about to do that one hero point that always seems to irk everyone in existence. So that'll be fun. Oh, no, wait, maybe I'm not about to do that. I've done this so many times and I still get fucking lost. Okay. Just wander around. Or maybe I am. I think I am. Yeah, I am about to do that hero point. Okay. It's a little easier now that I can just fly in and I'm not yanking the veteran stuff, but I think that one's still gonna come after me. Yep, it did come after me. Okay. Nope, did not angle that right. I'm getting better at the angling. I'm still bad at it. Okay. Alright, let's... Okay, just a little... Oh, hey, somebody came in! Cool! Oh, yeah, these things are immune to burning. That's... This is why Elementalist is annoying for me to level, because, like... I mean, I'm not playing an Elementalist now, but... When I was playing Elementalist, it was annoying, because, like, I wanted to be a Fire Elementalist, but certain things that are made out of fire are immune to burning, and it fucking sucks, because all of your passive damage abilities just don't do shit. Which is an Elementalist, especially if you're gearing up to be, like... If you're gearing to be a battle mage, it's a little easier, but if you're gearing to be, like... I mean, if you're building, like, as a battle mage, it's easier. But if you're building as, like, you know, like, a stereotypical, like, a mage, or, like, more of, like... I think the closest thing I think of is, like, Templar in ESO, like, Holy Fire Healer. If you build like that in ESO, but I was trying to do something like that, but in Guild Wars 2, which you can kind of do. Kind of being the operative word. And so I had a lot of passives for fire conditions, and then I was fighting enemies that dealt with fire, and it was bad. Hey, Alfwin, I'm okay. Let me know how the audio is. My audio stuff got all messed up, so I had to redo a lot of it. So there is a part of me that is a little concerned about that. But for the most part, I think I'm good. But yeah, now I'm doing Dragon Hunter, but I'm gonna... Last time I did Dragon Hunter, I did not embrace the trap aspect of Dragon Hunter. And I did not embrace the, like, high damage aspect of it. I was still trying to kind of build for, like, support DPS, which is kind of more what my Renegade is. My Renegade is a little bit more of a support DPS. But this time I think I'm gonna go, like, pure DPS. Maybe a little glass cannon-y, we'll see. Since I already have everything, like, maxed out on my other character build-wise, I don't have to do that here, so that means I don't have to go into the heart of magma. I don't want to go into the heart of magma, so I'm not super concerned about versatility as much. Oh, thank you for letting me know. Okay, good, because I was concerned. I had this weird thing where when I was reacting to Lord of the Beans, I turned down the desktop audio because for some reason YouTube, YouTube comes in like a holy fucking grenade, where everything is, like, absolutely louder than average, and, every other aspect in the audio does not have that happen. Noelle, hello, Noelle. It is so good to see you. How are you doing? I've been worried about you. I really wish, like, I could give you a hug. I don't really like hugging people, but I wish I could, because I've been worried about you. What is this area I didn't unlock? Is this just, like, part of the river? This is just part of the, okay. I'm gonna fall into this crate-infested cesspool in a second. Whee! Maybe I can, nope, I didn't make it. Oh, but I don't have that max, okay. Build-wise. I'm eventually gonna get some better elite abilities, but I'm kind of going with what I have. Okay, let me make sure I did everything I needed to. Great. We are going into probably the Brisbane Wildlands. Yeah. Audio is so fickle, especially because I got new headphones, right? And on my old headphones, I had to turn, I think, like, it up to 28. But these ones, I can have it at 13. So it's made me have to, like, reconfigure everything. That's... okay. Oh, that sucks. Being sick is awful. Being sick is not, like, just... ugh. Especially having a fever. Well, okay, it depends on the type of fever, but usually it's pretty... not fun. I guess it is, like, winter. This is... well, I don't know. You're in Spain, so it might be a little different over there. Well, I mean, I'll give you a virtual hug. I won't give you an in-person hug, because, like, I'm touching people is not in my... like, I'm bad at touching people. My family never fucking, like, makes physical contact, ever. And when we did have physical contact, it was bad. Like, it was not good. So, I didn't think there was anything weird about not liking being touched or... okay, well, I like to be hot, alright, Alflin? I don't deal with cold well. If I have a fever that's making me hotter than usual, that's not that bad for me. Like... I'm in pain a lot of the time. I can take, like... I can take a little bit of, like, heat along with... like, that's not... oh, maybe I should kill those. I do have this daily thing that's, like, kill an elite. I don't know if that's gonna count as elite, though. Hello, I'm just gonna burn you. I need to practice using my fire ability on my sky scale, because I'm bad at it. Whee! This is going great. That's... okay. Hey, it kind of worked. Nope. Okay. Well, it was fun while it lasted. Alright, this Nightmare Hound. It's on my list of things to watch. I've been really busy these last few days, so I haven't been able to, like, sit down and watch a lot of things. And then yesterday, I was really wiped out from therapy, so I kind of just, curled up into a little ball and fell asleep in my office chair. Not, you know, some days that's the thing that happens. Oh, I still need more crafting materials. I think I might be out. I'm trying to get these little adventuring guide things done. I know I need to, like, actually craft things, too, for the adventure guide thing. I don't like doing that, and I kind of forgot what I chose as my 2 crafting disciples. I think I can figure that out. Actually, I don't want to go in through that way. I think I want to go in... So many trees! No, if I keep doing that, I'm not going to make it to the bridge. Ah! I mean, yeah. I feel like a lot of people don't talk about the reality of living with mental health stuff. And I kind of try to do that, and I try to be humorous and a little uplifting about it. I'm kind of a cynical optimist, right? Like, realistically, I know things are not going to go the way I envisioned them. And I've naturally always been kind of cynical. But it doesn't mean I can't be optimistic about how things are going to go. It just means I need to do that in, you know, relative configuration. Okay, let's hope that the Scrit King is not up, because that would lock a lot of the doors, and they're no longer letting us fly through them. Yeah, I feel like a lot of people are so negative about it that, like, yeah, sometimes you need to curl up into a little ball and fall asleep in your office chair. And that's okay. You can do that. That's a fine thing to do. That's an understandably fine thing to do. Is it always the funnest thing to do? No. Does it feel good after you've done it? Yes. Yeah. Oh, hey, Scrit King is not up, at least not currently. Maybe by the time I get there. I just need to go get this little point of interest. Or actually, it's a waypoint, which is... Alright, and then maybe... Because, so in these caverns, it's not... Okay, it's not the Scrit King. I'm thinking of a different thing. It's not the Scrit King going up that causes it. It's like... It's the, there's like... It's like the guys attacking the Scrit King that causes the tunnels to get shut down. And, when the tunnels get shut down, then, let me see if I can get here before this person kills them. Hi! I'm gonna kind of come fight this thingy with you. Because if, you fight it, then I have to wait to fight it, and then I don't get my hero point. Well, I mean, that's because the Scrit are here, and the Scrit are a cool concept with a not-so-fun questline. But I like the Scrit. They're like these little rat people. I don't know if you can see them too well from where I'm at. They're like these little rat people, and they're kind of like goblins. I guess Asura are technically goblins, but the Scrit are, they're like a tribe you can choose to befriend. I like the Quaggan much more. They're like my favorite. They're sea potatoes. The Quaggan are like manatee sea potatoes, and I'm here for it. But the Scrit are another good option. But they kind of work in a hive mind, where like if more of them are around, they become more intelligent. So if there's one solo, they're not very intelligent. But the more of them that are in one place, the more intelligent they become. So if you have a bunch of them together like this, they can make some really cool shit. And they can do some really cool shit. But if you see one of them just solo out in the world, they're probably not the sharpest tool in the shed. Can't use that. I got this, I did the like Mistwalker thing. Oh, they haven't done the weapon patch. I wonder, the beta wasn't up, but I did do this like Mistwalker thing. But because it binds to your level, I'm saving it for when I hit level 80, and then I don't have to get an exotic weapon for my offhand weapon. Or whatever weapon I really want. So, yeah, Guild Wars 2's world building is fucking insane. Like, even the conversations that just random ass NPCs have around is just like next level. Like when I think I'm done, I'm not done. Like, okay, that's done. And then the next one I want to do, I think, was Honor here. Not sure. I know that if I combine some of these things, I'm trying to play around with some more of this stuff. Yeah, it is very fun. It's a little bit of an issue if you're a completionist. Hey Nero, how are you doing today? If you're a completionist, it's a bit of an issue. Okay, maybe I will. I don't know. It was either Honor or Valor. Yeah, because like I could do Aegis with Virtues, or I could do Aegis with Honor. Because here's the thing, Dragon Hunter is apparently like really into like damage dealing. So I want to create my like two others to be like in between damage dealing and protection based. Alright, we're gonna try Valor. I'm gonna play around with it. I'm probably gonna have to look up a guide if I really want to make a really cool Dragon Hunter type deal, but I mean, then you'll probably actually have a healthy relationship with this game. I don't have a healthy relationship with this game because I see a map that looks like this, right? This giant map. Oh, and this isn't even the end of the map. All of these are zones in this giant ass map, and then, oh, wait, there's more. There's more. There's so much more. It just keeps going. It never ends. It's a problem for me. And I don't have a healthy relationship with this game as a result. Oh, you're all good, Nero. No worries. I can pretty much, like, there's no pressure to do this. I'm just getting some leveling and exploratory shenanigans done. Alright, the Shiny King, let's go. I really like that I can level Guardian by just using a bow and arrow now. I mean, there's some sort of bug that makes me have to go into the PvP, like, waiting lobby to, like, equip the bow. I don't know if that's because you do have to have that technically unlocked. Like, not PvP unlocked, but you have to, because it unlocks in Secrets of the Obscure, which is an expansion, which you have to be at 80 to have unlocked. I don't know if, like, trying to do it on low-level character is a problem, or if I need to do a file check, because it kind of feels more like a file check issue, because that wasn't always the case. It's probably a file check issue. But it's not that big a deal to go into the waiting lobby because you can literally do that from here. So it's not that big a deal for me to go into the waiting lobby. I just time it right, and I can actually, it actually is useful to be able to just instantly teleport to the waiting lobby, because then you get to teleport basically to Lion's Arch for free. That's useful. I like that. I like that a lot. Oh, someone did a fate that, like, has a karma vendor. Do they have anything that I'd want? No. But I'll just sell off my junk. Sometimes karma vendors, if people do, like, events that, like, spawn them, it's really fun to see what they sell. And I've gotten some cool stuff. Did you know there's an achievement for getting different types of spoons you can equip to your character? There's apparently a spoon achievement. You get a mastery point for just finding different types of spoons you can put in your accessory slot. I didn't know that. And then all of a sudden, I'm like doing Tequila the Sunless or whatever, this giant monster boss in the Blood Coast or whatever it's called. Not the Blood Coast. Oh, frick, what's it called? It would be... Oh, yeah, no, not Blood Tide Coast. It would be, yeah, Sparklife Fen. That's where that achievement is. And all of a sudden everybody's like, get your spoons! Get your spoons! It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? And they're like, oh yeah, if you get like 24 of these different types of spoons, you get a mastery point. And it's like, why the fuck? It's great, and also so strange. Yeah. Bayonetta looks interesting. Why is there, okay. Who pulled a bandit there? Alright. Go off, I guess. I like the character design concepts look interesting from Bayonetta. I've not, like, it's not a game I think I would play, but it might be a game where I might watch the cutscenes. Like, I did that with BioShock, where I watched all the cutscenes, because it wasn't a game I would typically, like, it wasn't a game I was thinking of playing, but I wanted to know but, like, a lot of people really like the story, so I just watched all the cutscenes on YouTube. Well, it's good to know there's an easy mode for it, because, I mean, this is going to be kind of a self-ode, but all the instances I do in FF, I do on the easiest mode. Like, I know people are like, oh, why do we need to have an easy mode for instances? Like, that's so basic. Like the very easy mode for instances. But then there's dumbasses like me who have, issues with cognitive processing, who are like, thank fucking God! Like, that's why there's an easy mode, okay? Like, I know, like, everybody's like, oh, I'm just doing this on normal mode for the instances. And in Realm Reborn, sure, the normal mode is fine. I know the drill, right? But once you get into, like, Stormblood and Shadowbringers, and then Endwalker, like, especially, like, how do I say this without spoilers? There is a fight, an instanced fight, where you are the Azure Dragoon with a friend from a place we don't usually have friends, and it is a multi-instanced fight in the story, in between Shadowbringers and Endwalker, and it is exceedingly difficult. A little less so if you've played Dragoon. If you've played Dragoon, then you're probably more familiar with the Dragoon toolkit, and it's not... Oh, I need to, like, actually get a disguise. And it's not that difficult. But if... I want to do the charm stuff. Okay, cool.
Hey, I don't recognize you.
But if you have not played with the Dragoon, or I don't know, I think there's a part where you also have to be a gunbreaker too, but I'm not sure. That might not be the case. If you have not played Dragoon, it's kind of difficult, and some of the mechanics are very difficult. Also, I was playing it with shitty-ass Wi-Fi, and, yeah, I mean, I had leveled Dragoon. Well, okay, had I leveled Dragoon at that point? Yeah, I feel like I leveled everything. No, it's in between Stormblood and Shadowbringers, not in between Shadowbringers and Endwalker. Okay, it's in between... Oh, fuck this event. No, no. Get away from it. Let the Skrit have their hole in the fucking wall. No, okay, so I hadn't leveled Dragoon at that point. That was in between Stormblood and Shadowbringers. I only I hadn't leveled Dragoon to max level. I had leveled a couple things then, but not, yeah, no, Dragoon was Dragoon may have been the last thing I leveled. And it's either Dragoon or Paladin being the last thing. Usually that's the case, or Black Mage. No, I didn't save Black Mage for the end. I specifically remember I kept Black Mage. I think I did Black Mage second to last, specifically because I knew I would have a hard time with it. So Dragoon might have been the last thing I leveled in that time, and that was at the end of Shadowbringers. So, yeah, no, but yeah, like, I don't mind easier instances as a result. Okay, do I have logging things equipped? I do, okay. I'm at 76 with that, so 78 now. Oh. Should I kill a couple of these guys? I'm almost done with that heart. I feel like I should kill a couple of these guys just to finish off that heart. I'm so close to being done with it. Yeah, Dragoon does have a smaller toolkit than I think... Okay, here's the thing about Samurai. Samurai and Dragoon I actually think are pretty equal. Samurai just has a lot of skills that, like, recharge your, like, button-y abilities. And if you kind of cut out some of that shit, it's pretty similar. There's some skills for Samurai that I don't think are as, like, that I don't use. But I also don't main Samurai. So the Samurai mains might come after my ass. Red Mage isn't that bad for me because its abilities are pretty situational. The main issue I have with Red Mage is its combat is so, like, it's got a very nice flow of combat and a very consistent flow of combat, especially with dual cast, that I will fall asleep and I will clock out of the situation because it's very easy to do. Not that, like, the class is easy to play. It is not the hardest class in that game, like in FF14, but it is a very soothing, it's a very soothing combat cycle, I will say. But I've also separated all my abilities into single target and multi-target. Because with Red Mage, like, if you're in a boss fight, you're just using single target. And if you are if you're just going through it, you're using multi-target. So, for me, like, that's worked really well. Samurai, I did kind of a similar thing, but I also, I played Gunbreaker before Samurai, I think. Or no, it was vice versa. I played Samurai before Gunbreaker. And Gunbreaker, oh my god. Gunbreaker will fuck you up if you are not good with lots of buttons, because that's probably the most complex one in game, in FF14, and fuck. But playing Samurai first was helpful because Gunbreaker is a samurai, a machinist, and a ninja in a trench coat. Maybe when Viper gets released, I'll say it's a you know, a machinist, a samurai, and a Viper in a trench coat. But, yeah. I will say, I like Bladesworn in Guild Wars 2, which also uses a gun sword, way more than I like Gunbreaker. They're very similar, though. They're very similar. Bladesworn is really fun. It's just not, because Guild Wars 2 is not as spammy as FF14 at high level. At least not the way I'm playing it. Oh. As a healer main, do not even get me fucking started, Noelle. Oh my god. Nero and Rose and I were running Desmo Darkhold the other day, and when we spawned in and I saw the warrior and I saw that they were like under 50, I was concerned. It didn't say it was their first time doing it, so I wasn't concerned about that. But I was still concerned. Because previously when Nero, Torben, and I had gotten Dismal Darkhold, I had to tank as the white mage. I ended up having to tank as the white mage, and I didn't die. So I didn't die. The tank died a lot. The tank lost a lot of health and died, but I didn't die. I just ended up having to heal tank, which happens occasionally. But hey, a really good healer can do it, sort of, kind of. You gotta go slow, but it's so I was worried this time, but fortunately the warrior knew what they were doing and was fine. They did do some pretty heavy pulls, but it's warrior, so like, you know. But yeah, I was like ready to have a fucking aneurysm. Yeah, I really want a poster that's like, there are many things I can heal, and stupid is not one of them. Cause yeah, I can't, like, I can do a lot, but I really can't heal stupid. Like, that, and I want a mug that says, like, I'm gonna come over here, I'll put my stick up your ass. Cause, like, sometimes it be like that. Sometimes it's just, I just feel like that's, oh, do I have, oh, I know I have leather working on one character. I don't know which one, though. That's concerning. It's still very simplistic. It's a little overpowered, although I think they may have nerfed it. Because I was having some issues last time, so I think they may have nerfed it. Either that or I just need to up my gear score a little bit. And it's true I've been a little lax on that. But I think they might have nerfed it. It's still beauty and simplicity. It's the equivalent of being like, you're hurt, let me slap a band-aid on it. I have several different types of band-aids, let me slap all of them on. And then the main issue with that is that, like, your first pull is really scary once you get lilies, because you don't have any lilies the first pull. So when when the tank does that first pull, you don't have as many resources to heal them because you don't have any lilies. Once your lilies start regenerating, it's fine. You have a lot more resources, you have a lot more expendability. If your tank uses Rampart, that's great. I will die on this hill. Everybody fucking put Rampart on your hotbar if you have it. All tanks need a Rampart, and I will die on that hill, isolated and alone. I will literally go to war over people not using Rampart. Literally, if, like, every time a tank tells me, oh, just use regen more, I retort back with, just use Rampart. We wouldn't be having this conversation. Okay, not gonna go there. Yeah. Oh, this thing spawns. I don't like this. No. No. Bad tree. Bad Trent. I mean, I will say that, like, I think, if I have to compare healers in games, I do really like Firebrand in Guild Wars 2. I've had a lot of fun playing Firebrand with, like, specifically with an axe focus. I forgot to commune with that hero point. Wow, I killed the high level enemy and did not commune with the hero point. That was dumb of me. Thank you, Noelle. I will gladly hydrate. Firebrand is a lot of fun. It's a little overpowered in this game, but it is quite fun. Apparently, like, Scourge, you have to be very fast with it, but you not, like, yeah, but you can make it, it's also a very overpowered healer if you're fast with it. I didn't enjoy my time with Scourge, but I also think I wasn't playing it very well. I finally got Harbinger done. Everybody was all like, Harbinger's the hardest Necromancer class to play in this game because you do so much high damage and you don't have a lot of resistance. And I'm like, I don't know. I took minions and blood magic and I was pretty damn overpowered. Like I ended up doing like pistol torch combo and I really liked that. And then I took blood magic, which for necromancers regenerates your health, right? And then I also took minions, and I had my minions, and so I had like signets and then minions, and it was very useful. I enjoyed it quite a bit. Why is it not? Why is it saying it's obstructed? What the fuck? What's happening? Hello? Why is this being like this? Did I encounter a bug? Is this one of those, like, bugged things? Sometimes this happens in Guild Wars 2 where they do a patch and then some of the hero points are kind of buggy. That was with the thing with the cauldron for a while there. Okay, no, I got him, finally. It might have been an issue. Maybe I just needed to chase him a bit more. But yeah, the cauldron, I think it was the iron area, that was buggy for a while. And there would just be like people standing around it, just being like, why the fuck isn't it working? And it was kind of a big problem because the new sky scale stuff requires you to actually go to that cauldron. And didn't happen. So there's a lot of people who were like trying to get it for the sky scale, but they fixed that bug, so that was good. That was useful. Okay. I kind of jumped off the edge there a little too soon. Yeah, I just want to go get this point unlocked. It's like that weird dead area I would have had to go into if I were leveling the conventional way. All good, Noelle. Get some good rest. Hopefully you feel a bit better tomorrow. Or the next day, or the next day. And hopefully your week is very content. Stay safe, eat cake, because the more you weigh, the harder you are to kidnap. And I want you to stick around. Alright. And this is... we're gonna go here. Alright, okay. What am I doing? I think I'm going to go... that was a weird thing to get from that.
I fought for years.
I might as well go do Holbrook and some of those other areas. I kind of want to... I like to, like... Because I've done this, like, over 20 times. Because I am an altaholic, and I like making alts. I am going to do... yeah, Norn. Yeah, I still can't believe everybody goes off about Harbinger being so difficult. Like, I found Reaper annoying. I found Scourge annoying. Harbinger I had a great time with. It was fun. Maybe it's just me, though. Like, maybe that's... I mean, I really did not like Necromancer. But maybe it's just a me thing. It's still not my favorite class, for some reason, which is really weird, because I usually really like Gothic Dark Mages. But I also just think that, like, a lot of people really like Necromancer, and for some strange, bizarre-ass reason, I'm not one of them. But it's not bad, it's just, I just don't have the same level of enjoyment playing it. I just wanted to, I like to get everything done, so that was one of my things to get done. And I did. I like Elementalist fine. And then I think I've had a lot of fun with Chronomancer, which is weird because a lot of people forget Chronomancer exists. Everyone's like, Mirage is overpowered, and yeah, Mirage is fucking fun, you know, with the whole, like, you know, you become invincible and you don't, when you dodge instead of dodging. But, like, I didn't mind the Chronomancer. I don't mind it. I like being a time mage. I specifically, the other thing is, like, I specifically leveled Mesmer with the purpose of using it for, group activities. One, when rifle skills come out, I'm definitely gonna try that. I didn't try them during the beta test just because I didn't want, like, it's just annoying to have to, like, redo every single build thing. But, I do like rifle skills, typically. But, like, I specifically leveled Mesmer with the hope of using it in, like, strike missions and raids. And so that was the main reason I chose to stick with Chronomancer, even though I got everything else maxed out and I could switch over if I needed to. But I really like the dagger and shield combo. That felt very good to, it feels very solid to me. And then I also, the alacrity is useful. And I'm kind of tired of having to switch over to my engineer every time we need an Alec DPS, because, like, I get really tired of playing that. I mained Mechanist for a very long time, and as a result, I get a little, like, burnt out. I'm a little burnt out of playing it. And it's fun. It's very rewarding. It's super high damage. It's got a lot of versatility for whatever you need. But, like, it's really good at what it does, which is very fast, high damage, and very easy to play. And that was really good when I was learning the game. And now that I've kind of learned the game, I want a little bit more challenge. So I'm trying to create builds that are a little more challenging to play. And, like, where do you get... Oh, I think that's just a Starborn cape, but with, different dyes. I was like, where do you get a rainbow cloak? And then I was like, oh wait, that is... not a rainbow cloak. I'm still not, like, 100% on the whole portal thing with Mesmer, though. I should really get good, like, learn how to do it and get really good at it, because it's so useful. But I'm like, like, when you're in, like, hero point parties, and, like, you have a Mesmer that, like, portals people to places you need to go, I'm like, yes! It makes life so much easier. But I don't know if I want to be that person at the same time. Like, part of me wants to learn how to do it so that I have the option to be that person if like, the party demands it. But, like, at the same time, part of me doesn't want to learn to use it. I don't want to play Mesmer in a lot of open world stuff. I kind of just want to play it in strike missions. Although, currently, I've been doing, I think, Renegade more for strike missions. Mostly just because it's, like, similar to Summoner in FF14, and because I mostly use Summoner, and because now that I'm at endgame with that game, I've mostly been using Summoner for some of the more, like, high-tier trial-y content. So it makes sense to, like, pop over to something similar on Guild Wars 2 if I'm gonna do kind of the same shit. Nope, not Pokemon. I could switch over to Ranger if you wanna pretend, but my druid has already kind of caught all the pets, so it wouldn't really work. Hello, Jimmy. How are you today?
Enough to make his own decisions.
Yep. Even the bad ones.
After Icebrood Saga, the Shrine of the Owl hits a little differently. If you know, you know, and if you don't know, you don't want to know, because Icebrood Saga fucking sucks. Skip it. Well, okay. The Icebrood Saga strikes are some of the easier ways to get legendary armor. So maybe don't skip it, per se, but, like, maybe don't play all of it. You don't technically need to play it to have access to the strikes. You just need to own it. Man, I suck. People who are, like, pro Guild Wars 2 story are gonna come after me. Although, the general consensus is that Icebrood Saga kind of sucks. It has some of the best music, though. If you're a fan of, like, musical stuff, like, it has some of the better music in the game. Some of the visuals are very pretty. That is a conundrum, Jimmy. That is very much a conundrum. Yeah, because we played Norn. We were playing Norn. That's why. Because it kind of follows, like, a lot of, like, Norse kind of stuff. And this is the Norn area. This is their, city, essentially. With all their, various animal deities. I always choose Snow Leopard or Raven. Bear can be fun. I guess if you want to go all Aristogulcan, you can choose Wolf. But Wolf just feels kind of basic.
Cushy seats and beds with 2 mattresses. I slept terribly.
Kind of sort that out how I like it. Did not mean to do that. Great. Here we go. I named for my druid character, I named the bear I tamed Gretchen after what happens to Gretchen, the bear shaman, in the ruins of Ur. I don't think anyone's gotten that yet, but I also don't usually use my bear. Right now I'm using my mecha turtle. Or I use any of the animals you can tame in in Path of Fire. Because the animals you get from Path of Fire are amazing. Like, they take the basicer animals, like the animals that are usually more basic, and then they give them really cool ass designs. Like the cheetah is like blue or like silver and has all these crazy like, you know, like stuff, and then they have the rock fauna, which is basically just a fox made out of rocks, which is cool. Yeah, End of Dragons has some good ones with the phoenix and the mech turtle, but they didn't do anything for. I don't think they've done anything for Secrets of the Obscure, which I guess makes sense, considering you're just visiting areas you've already seen, and then you're going to like the area where the cryptids are. But, like, yeah, it was kind of sad. Like, that's why I haven't pushed my druid through Secrets of the Obscures, because, like, the only, like, reason the only times I play the druid or any of the ranger stuff is to gather pets, because I like having minions or pets in games, or to, like, or if somebody needs a druid for a specific reason. So there wasn't any reason to really push it through Secrets of the Obscure. I might go get the Wizard's Tower area unlocked on it, though, because, like, that's just a handy in-between area probably to have unlocked. But otherwise, don't really have any. They have a kangaroo rat mount, the Springers. You've probably seen me use it. Hang on, let me just finish that up and I'll show you. Yeah, the Springer mount is the second mount you can get, and it's essentially a kangaroo rat. It's like a... But it's for jumping upward, essentially. Mounts have different functionalities, and yeah, the Springer's just for jumping upward or crushing enemies in a giant explosion. Alright, let's go get... Yeah, Norn is one of the more fun ones to play as. They deal with a lot of... their storylines are pretty fun. Especially if you choose the one where you got drunk and passed out. That's great. That is a fun time. But... Like, Norn is this weird, like... They're basically like, yeah, like, drunk, giant Viking type shit. So, like, if you like that type of shenanigans, then Norn is fun. Asura I also have a lot of fun with. I love the voice acting for Asura, but I also really like... They're, like, just entitled geniuses that are also just, like, actually crazy. Which is great. It's always a fun time. The storylines that the humans have are... You unlocked Werebear? You can, there's actually a guide on how to make, like a werewolf for Norn, because all of Norn's elite abilities turn them into other animals. So you can essentially create a Norn and then have them and then no, so like Norn, I'm not on a Norn, I'm on a human. But Norn, all their elite abilities, so they can turn into, unless you're playing Revenant, which is it's a little different if you're a Revenant. You don't get the same elite abilities as you do if you're not playing a Revenant. But if you're playing anything but Revenant and you're a Norn, all their Norn abilities are to merge with their gods, which are animals. So like you can merge into a snow leopard, you can merge into a wolf, you can merge into a bear, you can merge into a raven crow thing. So like yeah, so like you become I might switch over to my Norn just so I can show this, because it's hard to describe. Let me finish up this event, because I can't, like, if I come back, I might be in a different map. There we go. Event is finished. Okay, I'm gonna switch over to Norn just so I can show this, because it's a weird concept. Alright, this is my Norn. She's a berserker. Yes, she's wearing nothing. I don't care. I purposely glammed her that way. But I made this, like, fire range wielding berserker. So, your elite abilities, you can choose, yeah. So, like, this is the snow leopard ability, where you basically become a giant fucking snow leopard thing, and then all your regular skills are switched over to animal skills. So there is a way, and it's dependent, so there is a way to, like, change, you know, based on, and then, like, Raven, I need to wait for it to reset. Okay. Well, I need to wait for it to reset now, but yeah, Norn, also, if you want giant boobs, like, if you're specifically into giant woman with giant boobs, Norn is the class for you. Or Norn is the race for you, because the boob jiggle physics on Norn are, like, something else. But yeah, I have, this, yeah, I got, like, the treasure chest you get keys from doing things, and sometimes you can get, like, random wardrobe unlock, voucher from a treasure chest, right? And, this was the random wardrobe unlock. So I decided to use it. Yeah, well, Berserker, so, for my warriors build, the elite specs, so elite specs unlock at level 80, and there's 3 elite specs, they're tied to each expansion, but I chose Berserker. I've done Bladesworn is really fun. Spellbreaker's okay. I know it's like overpowered in PvP, but it's not my cup of tea. I like the dual dagger wielding. I didn't like the way that the abilities felt. But I'm sure that some people love the way the abilities felt. But like, so, warriors can use bow and arrows. However, it's very, like, fire-based, and Berserker specializes in fire-based things. Now, Berserker, the weapon that unlocks with Berserker is the torch weapon. So a lot of people, when they need to do Berserker, they do that. A lot of people, when they choose Warrior, they do it specifically just because they want, you know, melee combat. And Warrior is very good at melee combat. I don't like melee combat. So that's why I like Bladesworn, which has a ranged option, or the longbow, which is ranged. But the longbow deals in fire, and Berserker specifically, the more fire you summon, the more powerful you become. Which makes it a really cool thing to do with the longbow, because the longbow is fiery. It's slower than most warrior skills. A lot of other warrior weapon types are going to be much faster than the longbow. But the longbow does a lot of fucking high impact damage. Sorry, elite specs take a while to come off cooldown. So I just comboed it with a longbow, and then I just become a thing of fucking fire. Which is what I actually wanted. I'm probably gonna do something similar with Dragon Hunter. I'm just gonna lean into the trap aspect. Yeah, but you can already have tattoos anyway with Nord. You can kind of see, like, my existing tats under the, like, the chest piece tats. Although I didn't, these can get a lot more glowy that I've made them. But yeah, under the chest piece tats, there's, okay, it's almost off cooldown, and I'll show you the one for Raven. So close. Okay. Yep, here's the one. Nope. Come on. Okay, there we go. Here's the one for Ravens. So, yeah, this is the one for Ravens. They get their own, you know, it's similar, but there's like a range, there's a rush, there's this. But you can essentially become some kind, like, if you choose Norn, you can essentially become a werewolf, or, yeah, like, Guild Wars 2 allows you to make a lot of really cool shit. So, like, you can have two different types, you can have vastly different types of berserkers. You can have vastly different types of bladesworns. You can have vastly different types of chronomancers, holoswifts, druids, firebrands, like, you know, catalyst. You vastly multiple different types of the same thing, which is really fun. Sure, there are better things for different type, like, there are better builds for certain situations, right? That's just true with a lot of things. However, it's really fun to just create something you want to create. So, yeah. And then warriors are also getting a staff ability as well. It seems, I didn't take too good of a look at it, because it wasn't on the top of my list. Because, like, with the new weapon abilities that they're getting, like, because all the new, they're adding new weapon builds, because every weapon you equip has a different build, which means that you have a lot of possibilities for variations in how your character plays based on what you equip. Elementalist has the least, Elementalist didn't, no, it might actually be Rogue, that, Thief. Thief has the least amount of versatility with what they can equip, and yeah, Thief and Elementalist have the least versatility with what they can equip. But they can still equip a fair bit. Especially now that, you know, like, yeah. But, like, they can still equip a lot. I need to wait for it to get, like, in range for this invincibility thing to come down. There we go. Why does it say there's ones remaining? What's that about? But yeah, there's a bit. Like, Elementalists can only have one type of underwater weapon, which is the trident, I think, or the staff. But like, yeah, I didn't take too good of a look at what Warrior's getting with staff, but they're adding new weapons that all the classes are getting, and Warrior's getting staff next. I don't know if it's going to be like Revenant, where Revenants can use staves, but they use them more as like a monk or like a hand-to-hand combatant than a magic weapon. And then thieves can use staves, like Deadeyes can use staves, but they also use them more like a monk or a hand-to-hand. You could potentially make a thief character that is just a monk. Thieves actually have a really cool thing where they can steal enemies' abilities and then use them against said enemy. That kind of gets replaced with some of the different types of elite specs, but it is a cool concept for thieves, and I like how thieves play. But like, here's the thing about Thief in Guild Wars 2. If you really love how thieves and assassins play, you will absolutely love playing Thief in Guild Wars 2. If you don't like how they play, you'll probably not like it. But, currently, my thief, I did Deadeye, which I know no one does Deadeye anymore, but I like having extra stamina bars. And Deadeye gets a lot of, not Deadeye, I did, what the fuck is it called? It's the other one! God fucking, okay, hang on. This is now going to bother me. This is now gonna bother me that I can't remember the name. Literally just getting on the character because I can't, I made a gunslinger pirate. That's essentially what I'm saying. I made a gunslinger pirate that has 3 stamina bars and can do a fuck ton of damage with dual pistols. And her name is Draconic Blood, and she's a fucking little goblin, okay? Daredevil. Yeah. Daredevil. I like Deadeye too. Deadeye is fun. I know no one plays Daredevil anymore. Steal is a thing that you can do with thieves, where you steal enemies' abilities and then use it against them. I made a fucking gunslinger pirate that uses pistols and can summon fucking shadow clones. See? I made shadow clones! Look at this! Oh, and because I'm a daredevil, I have 3 rows of dodge. And then I made my build so that my damage increases when I dodge, and I heal for how much damage I do. I am fucking invincible in this build. Except in PvP. PvP is the only time I'm not invincible. But god damn it, everybody was like, Daredevil's not great, dual pistol's not great, Thief is so squishy. No! If you build your character correctly, you can be fucking unstoppable. Same with Harbinger, okay? This is my Harbinger. Everybody said Harbingers are really hard to play. They do a lot of outgoing damage, but they're not great. No, what did I do? I just took all the things that made it so that I just don't fucking die. And then, because I knew that Harbinger was going to promote me doing damage, right? So I just built out my kit. Like, one, I'm using Pistol and Torch, which are, you know, very fun together. And then I built out my kit. So I took Death Magic, which reinforces my minions. And then I can summon a bunch of minions. I have Poison Nova, which is when one of my minions dies or I kill something, it like spawns a big giant AoE of poison, which is so nice. And then I took Blood Magic, which is your life for mine. So the more damage I do, the more I heal, which is great for something like Harbinger, which is all about doing damage. And I also did the thing that gives me the like Omicron horns or whatever. But yeah, like I have all my minions. I summon that. Oh, and because of Carpuses, which is what you get with Death Magic, how many minions you summon gives you a certain amount of toughness, which means it's harder to kill you. And then I got my little torch. I do, like, yeah, and then, yeah, so I have all my little abilities. And then this is like a bounce shot. And yeah, I can't do this one, but it summons another AoE of poison. All I'm saying is a lot of people in this game will tell you that certain types of builds are not good. And those people are wrong. Because occasionally you build something really fucking cool. And it's fun. And sometimes it's fun to just be a menace to society. Like, my Daredevil is a menace to society. And I love every second of it. Yeah. Just, you know, regular things. I haven't finished this character yet, but, you know. I'm sure I'll find something to be a menace of society about with this one, too. to kind of take advantage of the, like, skills where every time you summon Aegis, it grants you, like, either healing or damage. Because, like, you summon Aegis a lot, as a Guardian, and I kind of want to create a build where I'm just constantly summoning Aegis. For no reason. But also, like, it's the same thing with, like, Harbinger, where, like, I know that Dragon Hunter is going to be a lot about springing traps and doing damage. And as a result, I want to kind of build I want to kind of build some more stability into that. Alright. The Growl are also kind of fun. Growl are another thing you can kind of befriend. Again, not as fun as the Skrit or the Sea Potatoes that are the Quaggin, but still very fun. Those guys have invincibility because that's the second phase of this. Okay, well, that's over. This person's probably a lower level than me. I'm gonna let them get some hits in. They're hitting people that are invincible. Maybe I will not do that. And I'm gonna do precision. Alright, second part of this coming up. That, okay, it does. I thought it might still have invincibility on it, but it doesn't. There we go. Oh yeah, I forgot. Mesmers can also use fucking great swords and spin them around, like, and shoot a fucking laser out of the great sword. It's phenomenal. Just gonna throw that out there. And then Revenant's Revenants are getting scepters, and the scepters turn into a lightsaber, which is super cool, which now means that you have more options to create a Jedi-type character in this game. But yeah, Revenants, the new weapons Revenants are getting, I think it's on November, no, not November, just trying to remember when this patch update is coming. I can't remember, I think I'm confusing it with something else, but, Revenants are getting, scepters, and I saw the sneak peek of it, and it basically, yeah, it turns into like a lightsaber, which is fun. I won't be using it, but it's very fun. I really like my short bow on my Renegade. But yeah, it's a fun idea. I also just don't really like scepter builds a lot in this game. I know that, like, for Weaver with Elementalist, it's, scepters can be kind of fun depending on what you like to use. I did make a Weaver that was, like, fire and lightning, where I was, like, swapping between fire and lightning and then combining them together. And it was very fun to use, like, scepter and, I think, dagger for that? It was either scepter and focus or scepter and dagger, but I think it was dagger. Although the new pistol skills for elementalists look like you could turn yourself into some sort of mechanized version of the Avatar, so go off, Avatar: The Last Airbender fans! If you're already a Sith on here, I mean, there's multiple options for being like a Jedi type situation. Jedi Sith type situation in this game. I think it is technically red, like the scepter is technically red, but I only saw the sneak peek of it. I didn't actually try it out when they did the like free build trial, where you could like try out the build ahead of time. So I don't know. Okay, that is better than what I have. So I don't know if it is what color the ability is. The only thing I tried out in the build was Guardian's new dual pistol ability that they're getting. You can see the spirit of the wolf on top of the shrine. I think that only shows up at certain times of the day. It's pretty cool though, when it does show up. I just needed to unlock that. Alright. Little bit of a diverging topic, but like, I've been thinking about this because, okay, this is a very old video and it's not politically accurate whatsoever, but basically it's kind of a joke about the inbreeding of wizarding families in Harry Potter, but it's a reference to like Harry Potter special ed, and they call the special ed kids the Dudbloods, which is so wrong. It's kind of funny. But there's a joke about them always getting the like not being able to use flu powder because they always get the name wrong, which led me to think that if Harry Potter were a logical world, which it is not, why don't businesses just have names that sound like more successful businesses, but slightly off? Like, that would make you a shit ton of money in the world of Harry Potter. Because think about it, right? People get places by flu powder. And a lot of people probably aren't going to be saying things super accurately. So you could just get a lot of business by just kind of slightly having the same name as your competitor and a similar store layout. Like, I'm telling you, I would make a shit ton of money with this idea if that were to exist. I've unlocked capitalism in the Harry Potter wizarding world. It's nothing to do with Guild Wars 2 in the slightest, but... Yes, exactly, right? Like, this is how poorly it was thought out, like, the Wizarding World of Harry Potter was thought out, because that's not a thing in any iteration, when that would absolutely be a thing. Yes, exactly. Because, like, think about it. And also, like, on the other hand, what quantifies pronounced correctly, right? Like, what part of, like, who is the deciding factor in the magical fireplace travel bullshittery that decides if what you said was correct or not? Like, that feels like it feels like how, like, facial recognition software is racist, but for voices? Like, I don't know. Like, it just doesn't... There's a lot of holes in how all that would function. But yeah, who decides? You said green gets correctly, or Gringotts. Yeah, exactly. Or what happens if you're, like, visiting from another country and you need to use the flu network? What happens then? You know? Real questions. It feels like it would have been a lot more solid of an idea if it was with intent and not voice. Also, what happens if you can't talk? What happens if you had an injury or you were born without the ability to talk? Are you just fucked? Do you are you just fucked? Seems like you're just fucked if that's the case.
Maybe you're strong enough to learn my tale.
You just separate. But what if you can't? What if, like, you're in an area that doesn't allow for that? Like the one year they all had to go to Hogwarts by flu powder or whatever the fuck. Yeah, but can't you see, like, that's so, like... It feels like with magic there would have been a workaround for that. But, you know, I guess that world is just as dystopian as the rest of the world. Yeah, that's true. Like, I'm ignoring the fact that J.K. Rowling is a transphobic piece of shit who doesn't understand how people work. Well, okay, I'm not ignoring that, but I'm kind of pretending like she's the little troll that sits in the bottom of the rubbish bin that she is. I feel like J.K. Rowling can pretty much just be summed up as like, oh, look at me, I did this, look at me, I'm still relevant, oh no! You know what book I want to read? I want to read a book where J.K. Rowling has to, confront the fact that she's no longer relevant in a healthy way. It would fucking suck and I'm here for it. But I want to read it in like a very like fanciful like Edwardian script style. No, we can't find the jackalope if she's dead. We need to resurrect her so she can go get us the jackalope. This is the jackalope arc. This is the jackalope event. We're hunting the jackalope, and then we kill a yeti. It's a whole thing. Yeah, I mean, technically, yes, it is geared towards children in the beginning of it. But, like, even kids can piece together a lot of that shit. I don't know, my mom got me a book for my birthday, and I'm always a little ambivalent when people get me books because I'm kind of particular about what I like to read. And this book was a young adult novel. And here's the problem with growing up in, like, the 2000s, right? Is, like, I grew up in a time, like, you know, I was born in 1998. So I grew up in a time when, like, young adult novels were, like, new and exciting and, like, pushing the boundaries of what literature could be. And now they're really, like, stereotypical in what they are. And I don't like that anymore. And this book had a really cool concept of, like, some sort of cataclysmic event has been happening, and now there's, like, dead spirits and a lot of other stuff, and it's very interesting in that regard. But the main character was the most infuriating fucking thing ever. And it was such a, like, stereotypical YA novel main character with, like, the dyed hair and the Doc Martens and, 14, and I'm older than I think I am, and yeah. And I was like, but the side characters were fucking amazing. There was, like, a wizard who was, like, in a wheelchair and, like, fucking kicked ass. There was some guy who got high as fucking balls accidentally and just ended up running a burger stand. Like, the side characters were amazing. But no, we have to follow the most wet bread character. And also, like, this book got really good reviews, but it probably got reviews from 14-year-olds, which I am not anymore. I am 25 now. sees me as a kid, which, I mean, she's always kind of seen me. She's never been able to see me as, like, an adult and not the, like, problematic little monster child that I was that was, like, super behaviorally impaired. But, like, yeah, I was, like... Also, it's called the Library of the Dead, and the library that they go to only shows up once. You called your book something that only exists in a small, tiny little portion of the story, and oh my god, I wanted to stab the fucking thing. Oh my god, the nonsense rules of Quidditch. Okay, I don't know if you've... So, Dimension 20, Dropout TV, Dimension 20, it's, usually it's run by Brendan Lee Mulligan. But they did one with Bria Ivangard, which is using the kids on broom things, and it was like a Hogwarts parody. And, there's, and they like point out how stupid Quidditch is, and they point out how stupid a lot of Harry Potter is. It's very funny. I'm pretty sure the entire thing, it's a mini arc, so it's not like their usual like episode length of like Dungeons and Dragons-y type stuff. Although it's technically like kids on bikes or kids on broom system, so it's not. But like a lot of it, I feel like it was technically envisioned from a rant that like a lot of them had about Hogwarts' world building.
Now you're truly cleansed. Back in the steam with you.
Yeah, they are very insufferable. This book really, like, tested me to my limit, where, like, there was so much potential, and then it just went to shit. And, like, here's the thing, though. I'm sure if I had been 14, I would have liked this book. Fair enough. Like, I don't think it would have been my favorite book, but I probably would have liked it. But now that I've, like, read some cooler shit, like, you know, Six of Crows, and, like, you know, the Leviathan series, like, it doesn't, like, I have a higher standard for what it could be. And that higher standard is like Six of Crows is fucking good. Crooked Kingdom, which came afterwards, amazing. The Leviathan series, awesome, great. Actually, I don't know if it's called, it might be called the Goliath, like, I don't know, it doesn't really have, like, a series name. The first book is called Leviathan, which is this one. It's great. It's mostly based off of World War I, but it's kind of like if the British had really embraced Darwinism and Austria-Hungary and Germany had really embraced, like, steam weaponry. But it follows the typical events of World War I, just with this new kind of backdrop. And it also features a gender-bending protagonist, which is always a plus. So, you know, well, a gender-bending protagonist and a protagonist undercover. Like, there's two protagonists. But, like, it's great. Like, I fully recommend. It's by Scott Westerfield. It's phenomenal. I also have Six of Crows here, too. I don't really have a cool cover for this one, so I'll just flash this. There's 2 books in this one. Yeah, you got your copy as a gift from me, because it's fucking awesome, and anybody who's writing characters should read Six of Crows. The way that she writes the characters in Six of Crows is phenomenal, because it's majorly, like, a character-based, book. Like, the stuff that happens in Six of Crows and the one that comes after Crooked Kingdom, it's majority, like, character-based. Like, it wouldn't happen if the characters, like, it's pretty much character-driven. Like, yeah, Six of Crows, phenomenal. Everyone should read it. It's written so well. And I feel like anybody who wants to work on character writing should study it, because, like if you want to work on how to write plots, it's maybe not the best book to take an example of. If you want to study how to write characters, it's a very good book to take an example of character writing from. Leviathan 2 is also very good as well. Also, I think Leviathan is a very good way to like take an interesting look at writing history and like history with fantastical elements added to it, because the way Scott Westerfield blends in like the historical aspect of World War I's backdrop and how it was with the like fantastical elements of like Darwinism and, you know, like mecha and stuff like that is beautiful. That sounds familiar. I don't think I've read it, but I think I think it was on my list. Or I saw it somewhere, but I don't know if I read it. Gideon the Ninth sounds really familiar to me, though. It might have been one of, I think it might have been one of the books I saw in like a video and I wrote down. Now that there's not really a bookstore near me, I've just been writing down anything. Yeah, okay, yeah. It definitely sounds familiar, because now that there's not a bookstore near me, I've just been writing down everything I've heard in YouTube videos that sounds like a good read. So I've literally just been, like, I have, like, but, like, I don't have, like, an official list. It's literally just any piece of paper that's near me. So sometimes I write stuff down and I can't find it again, which kind of defeats the purpose of it, but I'm scattered and confused on a good day. So, you know, I'm doing the best with what my brain is made of, which is very malleable pudding. Do I have that unlocked? I do have that unlocked. Okay, cool. Oh, this is Guild Wars 2. So the tombstones don't. That's for Final Fantasy 14. Unless you're making a joke, in which case I probably missed it because I'm not great at that. Sardin. Yeah, sorry. I'm on the spectrum. I have trouble understanding sometimes when people are joking or not. Mostly I was just getting hero points, which you use to, like, upgrade your builds. How are you today, by the way? Oh, fuck, I have, like, 43 of those. I should be spending those. Whoop-de-doo. I had enough of those to fully max out Radiance. That's... Yep, that was a thing I forgot to do. Ah, yes, that. My last few posts on Instagram from, like, G-posing and stuff have just been me doing the bare fucking minimum. Like, I've barely done anything at all. I've literally just, like, this is a good spot. It kind of matches my glam. Here we go. Let's just cross my fingers and hope nobody notices I'm phoning it in. Give me the beer. I need the beer. Thank you for the beer. I needed the beer. Yes. There we go. Okay, now I'll fight the worms. You know, the Nord and the Char, they just like to give you drinks of alcohol in sketchy places. Caverns and caves and places. Yep. Yeah, edgy shit post. Maybe that's something I could branch out into, try to diversify a little more. Maybe that's an untapped market I should try to get into. I probably have. I follow a lot of people on Instagram. Most of the people, I mean, I feel like most of the people who find me are people I followed, who followed me back. So, I've probably seen some. I mean, there's a lot of people I follow that do stuff that are kind of like edgy. So, yeah, I've probably seen it then. Oh my god, I was watching a thing lately. It was one of those things about like, it was like the erasure of asexuality in like the LGBTQ plus spaces, and people were saying like just because you don't enjoy having sex doesn't mean you can't, be naughty and dirty and stuff. And the person like it was like a podcast, and someone who is asexual was basically saying like, oh yeah, I feel like most fanfic writers are ace. Like, most fanfic writers are asexual. And I was like, yeah. I would also follow that too, Alfwin, to be fair. That also sounds like something I would 100% enjoy, even if it's not meant to be enjoyed. Oh yeah, I follow you. I definitely follow you, Saren. I'm pretty sure since last year when I started hanging out with a lot of modders in FF14, I'm pretty sure like a lot of the people I follow on Instagram now are just posting. I don't always I'm not always online as much as I think some people are with Instagram, but that's mostly just because, like, I have big bursts of, like, I'm gonna be on Instagram, and I'm gonna, like, look at everyone's shit, and, like, enjoy stuff and things, and then I have bursts of, like, I cannot human today, and I'm going to curl up and ignore the world. And those are kind of my two moods this last month and a half. My two moods have been either I'm trying to be social and trying to function, or I am trying to stay the hell away from everyone and everything. Yeah, I mean, there's like, I feel like certain fan fiction can be fun, and certain fan fiction can just be like, why? But like, I feel like it's more fun to take a story that has a lot of like plot holes and stuff, and then write fan fiction about it, like Harry Potter, where we just decided to make everyone gay, and it made the story so much better. Like, I feel like the fan fiction of Harry Potter is probably better than actual Harry Potter at this point. I think, yes, there are supposed to be moods other than that. And I think a healthy human would have moods other than that. A healthy human, I am not. Oh, I got everything done here. Okay. I mean, come on, you could take that idea I had about flu powder and, like, purposely doing businesses and names that sound similar to other businesses and make a pretty good thing about that. You could essentially make Superstore the wizarding version. It would be great. Have y'all not seen Superstore? It's like The Office, but like the corporate retail version of it, and it's great. Like, yeah. Like, I'm just saying, like, you could essentially make, like, the Wizarding World of The Office, or, like, the Wizarding World, like, there's so much untapped potential. Or, yeah, like, the Wizarding World Superstore. Like, so much untapped potential. Alright, let's see if I can get through this. This, like, one area of the game is, like, very difficult for me to get through for some reason. And I don't know why. It's not like a bad area. It's just a little convoluted map-wise. I just haven't found, like, a good way of, like, unlocking everything in an orderly fashion. Yeah, it's good. I mean, as the series goes on, it gets worse, but that's kind of true of everything. Like, I would say, you know, the first 3 or 4 seasons, probably the best. And then after that, you can kind of just not deal. Like, yeah. But it's... yeah. Yeah, it technically went through COVID times. Like, it got pretty fucking far. Like, and I watched clips of some of the more recent stuff, but, like, the cast has changed so much that it doesn't feel the same. The dynamics feel different. I mean, hey, shitty original stuff is still the original. Still good. It's more than I can do. Although, I'm pretty sure I could just analyze very stereotypical, like, romance fanfiction and make some money off of it. I feel like I could literally turn out a trash pile if I tried to. Well, you're in good company here because I am a cynical fucker, so. Oh yeah, no. And being ace, I'm not gonna get off on any of it, so I can be logical about it and just take notes in an orderly fashion, compile it all together, and probably shit that out of my ass in like an afternoon. That's what I did in English essays, and I got really good grades on those. I mean, horror's good. I feel like the last... okay. It wasn't the last horror-y thing I read. I hesitate to even call it horror. But it was like horror store. It was a really good concept. It was like IKEA, but like the corporate 7 Rings of Hell or something. A little bit of like Dante's Inferno, a little bit of like IKEA corporate bullshit, right? Problem was, the story couldn't figure out what it wanted to be. Like, is it a YA novel? Or is it a horror novel? And I really wanted it to just pick a lane and go there. Like, if it could have just picked a lane and kept that lane and kept that consistency, I would have been so much happier. Okay, there is a merchant here, good. Oh, hey, Hey, D&D stuff sounds great. If I had a D&D group, that's kind of what I would do too. I mean, technically that's kind of what I do with like Final Fantasy making music videos. Is like I'm like what I really want to do is I want to just like take audio from something like a show or something and then just make the FF14 version of that. Or like a play or something and make the FF14 version of that. Yeah, Dungeons and Dragons is a lot of fun. It's been a minute. Okay, what do I guess I'll just go this way. Yeah, I mean, FF14, like, because, like, they're, like, going in between patch cycles and stuff, like, it's not, like, playing it consistently is not the same. That's why I kind of swap between this and, FF14, and then kind of sprinkle in other things. That can also be a thing, yeah. I like the story. The combat's fair enough. Certain classes I don't like. Certain jobs I don't like. Certain jobs I really like. I'm kind of the forever healer. The healer main with issues. And so, that I can kind of, I like the healing, how it feels to heal in FF. I actually prefer how FF14 does healing than other games. But that's mostly because I came from World of Warcraft, where it felt like every healer had issues. But then again, then I realized it's just every job that, like, every class has issues. Yeah, like, the anime aspect, I don't mind. I really like the art style. I'm not really into anime. I'm, like, very particular about it. But there are certain types I like. Like, I just binged Spy Family, and that was really, really good. But it's not, like, cause I like cartoons more than I like, I think, anime. But I'm also, like, into animation generally, and, yeah. I love the story of FF14. That's the real thing that got me hooked. And I think that combat can be fun, mostly at higher levels. But, like, when you're leveling combat is not as fun. Like, when you're just going through the story and you're going through zones, I need to play, like, here's how I do it. Which doesn't really work for A Realm Reborn, because you're just starting the game. But after A Realm Reborn, into Heavensward, and everywhere else, this is how I do it. I max out White Mage to the end of the expansion, because I like healing at endgame. So I max out my main healer to the end of the expansion. I choose a really fast melee or tank to play through the expansion on, or ranged. So in Endwalker it was Reaper, because it's a really fast melee with a lot of abilities. In Stormblood it was Dancer, because Dancer's also really fast with a lot of button smashing abilities. And in Stormblood it was also Dark Knight. Dark Knight is not fast, but it's edgy, and that made up for it. Yeah, but like, Alphen, you've never played past A Realm Reborn. And once you get past A Realm Reborn, it gets a lot better, because A Realm Reborn was like, they had to literally remake it in a year. But yeah, that's kind of the problem. And they've been updating A Realm Reborn. So like now, they've been adding instances in where easier trials used to be. The trust system's now a new thing. So they've been making improvements with the spaghetti logic they've been given. But yeah, it's not for everyone. But once you get to like, yeah, Reaper is so much fucking fucking fun. Oh my god. Reaper and Samurai are like the faster melees, and they're very fun to play. And that made it so much easier to go through the leveling process. And then I usually, yeah, like Summoner's been really fun. That's like a fast mage. And also, once you get to level 90 and you can literally summon gods, it's just like, poof. Yeah, so like Dark Knight is one of my favorite tanks. Now it's Warrior, because Warrior's got like, one, I dig chicks with axes. Give me a chick with a giant axe and I am happy. Millie from Hell of a Boss is just my ideal type. I don't know what more to say for that. So like, Warrior's fun. The story for Warrior's class quest is awful. Fucking awful. But the gameplay for Warrior at Endgame is fucking amazing. You have lots of survivability. You can summon giant fire chainsaws. It's amazing. It's just everything in between that sucks. Yeah, I mean, okay, here's the thing about Summoner. I like it because I like simplistic, heavy-hitting classes. And also, because I have sensory processing issues and I get overwhelmed really easily, I need a class that I can not have to think about when I'm going through content for the first time at endgame, because there's so much shit happening that I will overthink it and, Alfwin, that's literally the point of FF14. Play a cat girl in a mini skirt. Yeah, and yeah, kill gods. Although, well, sort of kill gods. It depends on your definition of god. Kill deities? False deities? Dragons? Heaven's Ward? You would love Heaven's Ward, Alfwin. Oh my god, when you get to Heaven's Ward, you are going to be hooked. I mean, yeah. Millie from Hell of a Boss is iconic. Okay, but like, sexy cat girl butt. Sardin, sexy cat girl butt. That's my... I know you don't like that about FF14, but just hear me out. Limsalo Minsa boob wiggle on Viera. Okay? Just feel it out there for a second. I know it's not great, but there are pros and cons, right? Okay, but even the here, they have Thailanders, right?
My spirit endures.
Even the here have Thailanders and boob jiggle physics. I know, right? Yeah. Technically, a lot of people are like, oh, the game's so weeby and stuff, but it's a double-edged sword, right? Yes, there's some, anime elements to it. It's like, you have to kind of think of it as an RPG MMO. Like, the MMO aspects are secondary, and thanks to trust systems with a lot of the content, if you don't want to socialize with people, you can do it through trust. And some of the trusts actually have story elements that you won't get if you do it with other people. And I do like trust specifically when I'm leveling tanks, because I'm so bad at playing tanks, I actually can't play tank at high level with other people, because they will fucking hate me. I mean, I think, okay, I will take a Hero Midlander male over a male Elezen, okay? Male Elezen, I will die on this hill alone. I fucking hate male Elezen, okay? Get your giraffe ass out of here. I do not care. It is really slow. It is much slower. If you like stories at higher level, it's great. Like in Endwalker, the trust system, because they built a lot of story around it, it was really fun. I leveled my tanks through it. So like when I was going through it the first time, I just queued in as a DPS and just queued in as a DPS or healer and just did it. Right? But like going back in, because I am an insane completionist, I leveled all my tanks and mostly through that. And then also if I'm glam farming, sometimes I'll do trusts because on the higher level content, because even though it's technically slower, I get all the glam. I don't have to fight for it. So if I don't want to play something, I don't have to play it. never do that in real life, which is probably why I like doing it in games. And like at first I didn't like the horny vibe either. Like the first couple characters I made were like super flat, super serious, you know, none of that role play shit. And now I'm like, I'm bored. Let's just go fuck shit up and be stupid. Like, now I'm like, if I, like, because a lot of the stuff I do, I can also do solo. Like, I'm mainly PvE, right? Like, which, you know, whatever. But, like, most of the stuff I do solo, even in Guild Wars 2. Despite the fact that I am fucking dying right now, and that's just probably gonna happen. Yeah, I mean, I'm not really either. I'm ace. I literally have no sexual desire whatsoever. But I do like messing with people, and I can mess with people pretty good. But also, like, in the beginning, I didn't like being sexy. I didn't think of myself as a sexy person. It took a really long time for me to think of myself as a sexy person. Like, it took way after high school before I even thought of myself as looking decent, right? So, like, I don't, like... I feel like once the graphics update goes through, it'll also help out with the game a little bit, too, and help kind of get rid of that, like, camp, like, that, like... I think it'll help out with some of the aspects of the FF14 as well. I don't have Twitter. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Okay, that's a direct link. Hang on a second. Okay, I see. That's cool. I get it. I see where you're going with this. I see where you're going with it. Yeah, very safe for work. Well, okay, I knew that there were other people attracted to me, but I didn't think they were attracted to me for the right reasons. And also, you have to keep in mind that, like, I have a really, like, my autoimmune-ish, like, when I was in high school, my back was entirely, like, covered in blood and scar tissue due to my autoimmune stuff. Like, my skin, like, I hit it, so, like, the outside, like, looking, like, so outside people saw me as attractive, but they were only seeing, like, what I was showing them. But, like, you know, in, like, if I were to take off all my clothes, I would just be covered in blood and scars. Like, my back is literally just scar tissue, and my legs are all scar tissue now. And, like, even my hands, like, I have so many scars on my hands from all of that psoriasis and all of that autoimmune stuff. So, like, and because, like, I wasn't able to get treatment for it until I turned 18, all of high school, I just had to deal with that. Like, there were so many days where, like, I would be functioning, like, I would be out and about, but, like, I could feel blood, like, just gushing down my back, and that was just something I had to deal with. Like, I had to wear several layers, just because, like, I knew that my back would start bleeding, or I knew that, like, my skin would be irritated, or, like, I couldn't wear other things or certain things just because of that. So, like, there was often times where I'd be wearing, like, you know, 4 layers just because I knew that, like, things were not gonna be, you know, sufficient, and, like, it was kind of a gross thing, and it took a while for me to feel comfortable with that aspect of myself. And even still, like, I still have stuff going on. Like, so it's... And also, like, I wasn't very comfortable talking to people for most of my life either. So it didn't make me feel... Like, I didn't feel... like people liked me for the right reasons. And like also like I come from a household of I have 4 sisters. So and my elder sister, I'm second oldest, so my eldest sister is like tall, blonde, stereotypical American beauty, right? She got all the parts in the plays. She was the most popular girl in every one of her classes. Like, my older sister, Allie, got like scholarships to some of the best schools ever. Like, she was the American blonde bombshell. And my youngest sister, Moira, like, she looks literally like Elle Woods from Legally Blonde. Like, tall, thick blonde hair, beautiful. And then my second youngest sister, my blood related sister, literally like triple D's. Like, she's actually getting breast reduction surgery because her boobs are so big, they're making her back have like problems. Like, it's hard. Like, and then my middle sister, Grace, looks like a fucking supermodel, okay? Like, it's hard to be confident in yourself. Like, my middle sister, Grace, literally makes bank on OnlyFans. Like, it's hard to be confident in yourself when you have 4 siblings in a very competitive situation because my parents were incompetent and, you know, not able to pay sufficient attention to all of us. So, like, it's hard to... Yeah, that's also true as well. Like, you know, well, okay, everyone in my family has mental issues. That's just how it works. My family is very white and inbred, and we are all fucked up in some way or another. But, yeah, everyone's got something going on, right? Yeah, so, like, but, like, I come from a very large, very competitive family, because my parents divorced when I was young. My dad cheated on my mom, got my stepmom pregnant. My stepmom and my dad were recovering alcoholics and, like, you know, in NA, and my mom has been sober for 23 years now? 23-ish years, almost? So, yeah, like, and then, you know, like, there was a lot going on, and we didn't, like, it just gets worse and worse the longer I talk about it. Like, you know, my dad killed himself, my stepmom had cancer, like, the well-being of the kids were not the top priority for any of my parents. So, understanding that I wasn't... Like, I was treated less than human for most of my life. Like, my mom was terrified of me. Anytime I displayed emotion, it was a problem. And then when I didn't display emotion, I was a robot. And I still kind of live in that situation a little bit. So, like, there's, like, viewing myself as worth feeling attracted to was another thing as well. And then also just, like, being logical, like, doesn't, like, I didn't grow up feeling like a person. I grew up feeling like a burden, and, like, my family resented me. And so, like, when you're a kid, it's hard to differentiate that your family kind of resenting your existence and not having time or patience to deal with you or get to know you or care. Well, okay, they cared, but they had limited ability to care. Yeah, like, I mean, it's like, it's hard to feel that you're worth something, and it takes a lot of time and energy to think that you are more than, you know, just like, to think that people are serious or actually find you intriguing for the right reasons. Yeah, I mean, it's not a unique story to me. I didn't want to, like, trauma dump. I'm sorry. I literally have no filter. But it's not a unique story to me. I know a lot of kids have gone through something similar, and a lot of people have gone through something similar, and that's why I never want to make anyone feel the way my parents made me feel. Um, yeah. No, I get it. I'm trying to put it out there because this is probably going to go on YouTube at a later date, and the chat logs are not in YouTube. So I want people who are, like, listening to it at a later date to understand that, like, I'm not, like... Because I think with the internet right now, especially, there's a lot of, like, that. So, like, I'm trying to be, like... I'm just, like, I like to talk about this kind of stuff because I feel like the more we talk about it, the more that, like, quote-unquote, normalizes it, per se. And then the more people can talk about it, and the more people that talk about it, the less stigmatized it becomes, and the less stigmatized it becomes, the more help people can get, and the more people can recognize the signs of something like this in children they know, or, you know, other people. So, like, it's more to, like, if I share my story and some of the stuff that I've been through, maybe somebody else will learn from it. Maybe somebody else will recognize someone they know as dealing with something similar and then, you know, treat them, you know, better or understand it. So I just hope that, like, if I kind of share stuff that makes a difference somewhere along the line for somebody. Yeah, but also just, like, it took me a long time to think of myself as an attractive person. And that kind of reflected in how I made game characters, because I didn't make game characters as attractive or sexy or whatever. I made them as kind of these, very, like, stingy, like, almost emotionless, like, no makeup, nothing unique about them, in a way. So, like, it took a while for me to, like, express, like, I was always good at expressing individuality, but I was always bad at, like, thinking of myself as, like, a person. I don't know if that makes sense. Like, okay, when I was in 7th grade, I went to 3 different middle schools. So when I was in 7th grade, I got transferred to the middle school. So when I was in 6th grade, I got moved to a middle school where I knew nobody. When I was in 7th grade, I got transferred back to the middle school where everyone I went to elementary school was in. So they were all people I knew, but I hadn't seen them in like a year and a half or so. But some of them were not people I know. But I was looking around, so the middle school I was in for 6th grade actually had a lot more diversity than the one I was in 7th grade, and there was a lot more people, like, dressing in various ways and outfits and different areas. And then the one I went to for 7th grade was very, very basic. Like, everybody was wearing all the girls were wearing tank tops, yoga pants, and Uggs. Like, very 2000s getup, right? Yeah. Like, and, like, so, like, I looked around and I saw everyone dressed the same, and I thought that was boring as fuck because they all looked miserable in an attempt not to be miserable. And I just gone through hell in 6th grade. Like, that was, that class actually got, the reason I switched schools to 7th grade was because that class got closed down by the state because of how bad it was. So I wasn't exactly keen on assimilating. I tried that in 6th grade, it didn't fucking work. So, like, I saw that everyone was dressed the same and wanted to dress the same in 7th grade, and they all looked fucking miserable, and I told myself I'm not gonna do that because they've all clearly done that to try to not be miserable, and they look miserable. So clearly it didn't work. So I actually, wore costumes to school, I wore, like, colorful outfits, I wore, like, crazy stuff with my hair, I dyed my hair all sorts of different colors, I did all sorts of crazy things. But during that time, I never thought of myself as, like, attractive. I was mostly, like, living into this, like, fantasy element or, like, creating characters to try not to exist in my current headspace. And then, of course, you know, that classroom also got closed down by the state, and I got sent to another school, so. Oh, no! I was in wealthy areas. I live in an area of California that has some of the best school districts for special ed in the state. But they just don't give a fuck. Like, every special education classroom I was in at any of these schools was always right next to the dumpster. Like, I could always find it by looking for the nearest dumpster. Even College of fucking Marin, like, they're redoing it, but it was right next to the dumpster. Oh, Santa Barbara, yeah. I'm in Bay Area. San Francisco, Oakland, Marin, that type of deal. Alfwin and I went to high school together. So, that's how we know each other. Yeah, there's a reason I'm still living at home. Yeah, although my dad and my stepmom actually didn't have to pay as much rent because my dad made a deal with the landlord that if he redid the floors in the landlord's house, we wouldn't have to pay as much rent for the entire time we lived there. So we didn't have to, we got discounted prices. And I got to help my dad redo the floors. There's actually a lot of houses in this area that I built the floors with because my dad built floors. Oregon, yeah, is a little more reasonable as long as you're not, like, I think Portland is overcrowded right now, but I know that, like, Bend, Oregon was popular to move to a while back. And there's some other areas of Oregon that I know are better too. My mom went to college in Oregon, so we've gone there a couple times. And then, yeah, like, what's up, Maple? Why are you crying? What's going on? Do you want to go get water? You have to get off the bed to get water. I'm not bringing you water. Maple, you can whine and cry, but I'm not going to bring it to you. You're going to make me bring it to you, aren't you? Okay, the dog is crying for water, but she doesn't want to get off the bed, and she's 13, so I'm kind of just going to leave you guys with Hugo Hubert, and I'm going to go get the dog water, because I guess I live to pamper my dog now. Okay, hang on. I am leaving you guys with Hugo Hubert. Take care of him while I get my dog water. I'll be right back, Mabel. I'm not doing anything crazy, Luna. I'm just getting Maple water. Do you want water? Is that why you're crying? You can have water if you want water. Here. You might have to get up a little bit to drink it.
Let's get started.
Is that not why you're crying? Have you changed your mind? That was why you were crying yesterday when you were still in the bed. Really? Really? Fine. I am leaving the water bowl over here because I am not going to go back upstairs to get it. I'm sorry about that. I know, puppies. I know. Why am I doing this? Thank you for taking care of Hugo Hubert. We will yeet him over that way. I mean, I went from dressing like a rainbow raver to dressing like a goth emo. So I'm now trying to figure out how to dress like an adult. That's my new goal in life, and I am failing at it spectacularly. Yeah, I've heard that, I've heard that about uniforms, not just army uniforms, but also, like, yeah, school uniforms, is that some people really like them because they don't have to think about what to wear. I just got all my sister's hand-me-downs, and I wore those. Mostly. I'm actually I think I'm the tiniest out of all of them. I'm like borderline anemic, and the doctors can't figure out why. And I'm only 5. Well, okay, I'm not the shortest. I think my sister Kate is the shortest because she's 5'2". I'm 5'4", 3 1/4. So I'm not the shortest, but I'm the narrowest. And the flattest. Yeah. So, yeah, that was... Oh, the char zones are fun. I actually used to hate the Black Citadel where all the char hang out. But now that I can fly, I don't mind it. Oh, also, you can fall into this lava, by the way. Just so you know. You can full on just... You can land here. You can swim in the lava if you want to swim in the lava. Whee! Just die in the lava. Yeah, I feel that. I don't talk to my sisters anymore either. I'm the only one living at home currently, so it's not... Can I not get back up there? What the fuck? Okay, come on. I've never actually done this while still having a sky scale, so it's kind of weird to me. How do I get back? Ah! Okay, come on. Come on. Give me the option. Thank you. No! Yeah, I mean, because I'm second oldest, and my oldest sister was very academically gifted, I had to take care of my younger 3 sisters. Kind of, therapists call it, well, my therapist calls it, oh, fuck, it's not like, you're not a parent, but you're like, you're taking on a lot of the roles that, like, a parented kid, basically, where, like, you're not a parent, but you have to care for your siblings like you are the parent. And because of that, my sisters kind of, well, at least my blood-related sister, kind of, but some of the others too, kind of had more of a, like, their teenage phase with me versus, like, my actual mother. I already brought you water, Maple. You can get down. Why? You don't want me to carry you. Last time I tried to carry you, you got mad at me. Okay, Luna, you have to move so Maple can get down. Maple won't get down if you don't. Come here. She just lay down to get to my treat. She's refusing to move now. I know you found a good spot. Come here. All the way over here. So Maple can eat. Okay. Wow, you were so sassy getting off the stool, Luna. Yeah, like a parentified kid, I think is the therapeutic term for it. But yeah, so like my sister had like her teenage kind of mode with me. Where like, we actually had a conversation about this recently, where like I was like, hey Kate, you should eat something before going, because Kate was over for the holidays, right? And Kate was like, you're not my mom. And I was like, when has mom ever said that to you? And she was like, oh yeah, never. And I was like, exactly. Our mother would never care if we ate or not. Like, so like, with my sister and I, it's always like, she really doesn't, we don't have a good bond, my blood-related sister and I. So I kind of just am letting her do her thing. Also, like, she has, like, borderline personality stuff, and I'm on the spectrum, so she feels things very intensely and is a more emotionally, like, extroverted person, whereas I'm a more emotionally introverted person. Like, she feels emotions and is very reactive with them, and I feel emotions and I'm very internal with them. So it's kind of, we're not very compatible in that sense. And then, my stepsisters I get along with okay, but we're also not close. I know my sister Allie feels bad about the way things were when we were young, and it's hard for her to be close, but it's also really hard for me to be close to Allie just because she needs a lot of, like, reassurance a lot of the time, and I'm bad at that. Like, and it's not a big deal in small doses, but, like, when it's in large doses, it's really hard for me to be, like, there for her 24/7. And also, we weren't very close growing up, so it's a little hard to, like, have that. And I don't really think she knows how to be an older sister to me, and that's fine. I'm just gonna let her do her thing, and she's doing really good at whatever she's doing, so I'm gonna let her do that. Yeah. I mean, yeah, like, my half-sister and I get along pretty well. I can definitely tell that my half-sister's used to having to take... So, because my half-sister was, like, 3 when a lot of the shit went down, she's the youngest out of all of us, she didn't have to, like, she doesn't have as much of the memorative trauma that we have, that the older sisters had, so it's very obvious talking to her that she had to spend a lot of time taking care of the older sisters, and I try to kind of break her out of that mindset a little bit. And when I can get her out of that mindset, she's very communicative, but, like, she's very shy and kind of reserved about, like, I think expressing her opinions and stuff a lot of the time, and sometimes she'll immediately go into, like, supportive mode, and I'm like, you don't need to do that with me, like, I don't need you to do that, like, I'll do that for you. And, I think it's a little jarring to her. My middle sister and I are not really close at all. We haven't been close for some time. We were really close when we were younger, my middle sister and I, like, because we were grade-wise right next to each other. So, like, I was grade-wise, I was one above her. And we actually, like, shared clothes and shit. But, like, when my dad died and hers was still alive, because she's my stepsister, even though, like, she had a lot of drama with her dad, too. Her dad essentially, like, when my stepmom divorced him, he filed for custody, and he got custody of both my stepsisters. But then once he got custody, he realized he didn't actually want to take care of them. He just wanted to get one up over on my stepmom. So then my stepmom actually ended up taking care of them, and then their dad took care of them in the summer. And there was some drama with the man, with the woman he remarried, and it was a whole thing. But he was still alive when my dad died. And I was going through it, and, like, they were going through it too. They lived with my dad, you know. My stepsister even called my dad, you know, dad. But it isn't the same as your stepdad dying versus your actual dad dying. And we kind of had, when my dad passed away, our closeness just evaporated because, like, yeah, like, it was just, like, we just got in a lot of fights, and I was also just going through it, and we were going through it from different angles, and the fights just got the fights just got really bad, and that's how we're not really close now. And, like, I'm still very civil with her and very cordial with her. She's also not very talkative. She's very reserved. She went through a lot. She's actually kind of in the middle of a court case. Her boyfriend, like, her ex-boyfriend, was really abusive with her, and he was really abusive to a lot of girls, and they all came forward, and there's actually, like, a civil case, and she's got, like, a whole restraining order, and we've been a little closer now, but, like, it's a whole fucked up situation. And, like, yeah, I didn't know about a lot of it until much later. Oh no, her stepmom, her dad remarried another woman, and that woman is crazy. Her name's Kat. I've only met her in person. Actually, I've never met her in person. I hear horror stories about this lady. The horror stories about Kat, are... I have been hearing horror stories about Kat for most of the time. She did some pretty fucked up things to my sister, too. Like, both my sisters, she did some pretty fucked up stuff too. So, yeah, this lady's insane. I don't know what the deal is with that, but both my sisters do not talk to her. At all. Yeah. My mother never remarried. My dad, technically, it was legal marriage. They didn't actually get married, my dad and my stepmom. But they lived together, because my dad technically cheated on my mom with my stepmom when I was like 3.5, but my mom and my dad were already kind of in the process of splitting up. So my mom and my stepmom are actually pretty good friends now, because, you know, you both date crazy. I guess that's a bonding experience. But my stepmom did not like me at all. My stepmom was pretty abusive to me. After she went through chemo and had like the whole life or death experience thing, like, she got a lot better. What do you want for dinner? I don't feel like I'm qualified to answer that question. My cooking ability is very limited. Oh, because I'm, yeah, okay. That's why. I was like, why can I not swap weapons? And I was like, oh, because I'm mounted. Yeah. My stepmom's a lot better now. But I was also, let me make this very clear. Like, I was also a very insufferable child. I was one of those children that's got, like, no concept of emotional control because on the spectrum and not good at processing emotions, coupled with very high insights into people's issues. Like, I was not a fun child to interact with whatsoever. I was very high anxiety ridden, and I was very good at pointing out people's flaws in ways they did not want me pointing out. When I was 5 years old, I told my stepmom the only reason my dad was with her was because she got pregnant. And my mom did not say that around the house when I was at her house. That was not something my mom said, because my mom didn't talk to us. So I was just a little shit. Like, let me be clear, there's a reason my stepmom did not like me. Like, I was a fucking little shit when I was a kid, okay? Like, I was not a good kid. Oh, I should go return the cows. I feel bad. Okay, let's return the cows. I like cows.
My warband is the best.
Come on, cow. Go back home. Go on, cow. Yeah, like, I didn't make things easy for my stepmom, and to be fair, it wasn't something she wanted to do. It was something that kind of just happened, and she was going through a lot, and I get it. Well, I mean, like, I'm bad at reading social cues. I'm really bad at having a conversation that's competent. But I'm very good at observing what pisses somebody off. Yeah, yeah. I mean, Maple, are you actually, you look like you want to go get the water, but you don't want to get off the bed. You can do it. The 13-year-old pit bull has become quite needy as she's gotten older. She's also, I mean, she's having a little bit of dog dementia as well, but she's like half pit bull, half American bulldog, and female American bulldogs are notorious for just not listening when they don't want to do something. So it's really hard to tell if she's having issues because she's a 13-year-old, you know, kind of old lady, or if she's having issues because she just doesn't want to do anything or listen to what I have to say. Like, we got Maple when she was 6.5, and even then we wondered if she was deaf because there would be times when she would just, like, she's so chill. Like, this dog sleeps through the vacuum. This dog doesn't, like, we've gone out in public and she literally will fall asleep in a busy shopping mall. She doesn't care. Like, Maple's pretty much the definition of it. If it fits, I sits and I sleep. Like, but like, now that she's 13, it's a little like, are you losing it, or are you just realizing that we'll give you special we'll give you special attention? What? You're doing your little squatty bulldog sit, and you're yelling at me. Why are you yelling at me? You can do it. Come on, it's clear. I'm not moving the water back there. We can have this conversation. The water is down there. If you want it, you can go get it. I already moved the water to you, and you did not want it. You can do it. Come on, you got this. No, Luna, you don't have to come over. I know I tapped the... Okay. You, essentially, you did come when I tapped the stool, so you do get a treat for that. I wasn't cueing you to go there, but you did technically do something. Luna is fucking smart, but, like, it's a double-edged sword. Like, Maple's like, I can't decide if I want to get off the stool. Or, like, I want to get off the bed and go on the stool. And Luna, so I tapped the stool to be like, you can get off. It's fine. You can totally get off the bed and get on the stool. Luna sees me tap the stool and is like, that's the cue for I should go over and sit there. I'm going to go over and sit there. And now I'm like, oh, fuck. Oh, I have managed to get Luna to successfully pick up pens now. We've reached the point where she'll successfully pick up things that I drop and give it back to me. Sometimes she gives me a look like I'm a fucking idiot and I could get it myself, but she still technically does it, so we're making progress. She'll be very diva about it, where she'll just kind of look at me and be like, and the way she drops it too is just so sassy. Why is that person using a Springer? That's not really an area you'd use a Springer, but okay. You can get off. Okay, well, Luna's technically in your way, so I mean, I guess technically you can't get off the bed, but I don't think Luna would mind if you got off while she was there. She doesn't really have a good concept of personal space. I know you mind, but she doesn't. I think I've officially forgotten how to talk to people. I'm an introvert and I'm agoraphobic, so I literally don't leave the house that often. And when I do, it's to do like a certain thing, and then after that thing, I'm done. So like, I basically, and since like I've spent the last month mostly alone, because like my family's been on vacation, and when my family goes on vacation, they know I don't go on vacation, so everyone brings their pets here. I look after everyone's pets while they're on vacation. So I've been talking to animals like dogs and cats and horses for the last like a month and a half, basically solo. And my ability to talk to people has gotten really, really bad. I feel that. I feel that. My room used to be in the basement, and nobody really ever goes down to the basement except for me, and I would only go down there to sleep, which basically meant that everything got put in the basement, which is actually connects to the garage. So the basement just became an extension of the garage. Oh, also it didn't have a door. So like my room didn't have a door. And like, yeah, it was bad. Even now it's not great. You good? Oh, you're just getting your deer antler. Okay. Yeah. Oh, I hate, as someone who's agoraphobic, like, leaving the threshold of the front door some days is, like, really challenging. like super anxiety inducing. So like when my family was gone for like 3+ weeks, I had to get the mail and like all the packages, and I was just like, I would wait for it to like pile up before I could finally work up the courage to go get them, and it was like, I was like, no, I don't want to. I would literally be like taking out the trash and getting packages at like 2 fucking a.m. because nobody's outside at 2 a.m. I'm sure my neighbors thought I was insane. Like, why is the neighbor taking out the trash at 2 a.m.? And it's like, because I don't want to deal with the world and people and things. It's quiet at 2 a.m. No one's around. Yeah. I mean, sometimes it's also laziness, I'm not gonna lie. I will procrastinate on taking out the trash if I can. Although because my sister brought her cat up and I had to take care of the cat, and then I had to scoop out all the cat litter, and my sister just tosses it in the bathroom trash, but that is gross to me. So I actually like took it out to the actual legit trash can. But I was able to like tuck the trash cans in like the corner of our yard, so I didn't have to like actually go outside too much. But yes, it did fill up the trash can quite a bit. I was like, Also, I'm pretty sure my sister's cat hates me because she knows when she sees me that like it means that my sister is gone. That's what my little dog before she passed away, she hated my grandparents because she knew that if my grandparents were around, it probably meant we were gonna leave. And if my grandparents showed up, she would actually sit in the middle of the deck and stare daggers and refuse to come inside or anywhere near my grandparents. She would just hold such a grudge. She actually, that dog, her name was Chloe. She was a Jack Russell Terrier toy mix. And Jack Russell Terriers are like high-strung, hyper-intelligent, like, dogs, right? And the first time my grandparents took care of her, they were so excited because she was really fucking cute. But she was 10 pounds of muscle and aggression. This dog was I think the toy she was half was like Chihuahua or something because she fucking hated, she was like a little shit sometimes. I loved her, don't get me wrong, but I was cognizant of the fact that this dog would, like, bum rush a Mastiff if it came down to it. Like, she would not surrender and really thought she was the biggest fucking thing in the world. My grandparents took care of her. They went out. They came back. Could not find her. Drove around their entire their entire fucking town looking for her. Right? Freaking the fuck out. They come home. She's on their couch sleeping. Took a shit on their rug, the one glued onto the floor of their house, and took a massive diarrhea on their rug, and then just refused to even interact with them for the rest of the time she was over there. She was a spiteful little shit. I loved her. I had a very special bond with this dog. I was probably the only person who ever understood this little dog and who could ever work with her. But goddamn, when she hated somebody, she made it known that she hated them. She was not a dog that was just good with anyone. Oh, nice. What'd you end up getting? Oh my god, that makes me really miss plum sauce. God damn. Plum sauce is amazing. That and sweet and sour chicken. I think sweet and sour chicken. I can't eat meat anymore because it doesn't work with my digestive issues. But I do miss sweet and sour chicken so much. Oh, nice. I don't like this one. Maple, if you want to get off the bed, get off the bed. But you gotta make up your mind. You can do it. You can get off the bed. Look, the way is clear. It's completely clear. If if you want the water, you have to get off the bed. I tried to give you the water on the bed, and you didn't drink it. I'm not going to get on the bed with you, so you got to get off the bed to get the water. Luna, you're not helping the situation. I know, I gestured to the stool. That usually means I want you to go there, but it doesn't always mean that. Okay. Maple is mad at me for some, well, not unforeseen reason. She wants to stay on the bed, but she wants water. And she can't have it both ways. She can get back up on the bed after she gets water. She doesn't want to do that, though. I haven't been to a lot of Thai places. Mostly just because, like, I don't eat meat anymore just because of my health issues. So it's hard for me to do that. And then also, like, my sister has even more restrictive diet to health issues because she has, like, she might have ulcerative colitis, but she's got, like, she can't have gluten or wheat or meat or a lot of different things. She also, I think she might have celiac disease too. That's one of the ones that they're testing her for. So, like, anytime we go out to eat, if it's not a place that she can also eat, it's a problem. So we can only eat places that she can also eat. Which thankfully in California, there's at least some more options for that. But, like, when she was living at home, it was insufferable because if I were to eat something that she couldn't eat, she would literally throw a hissy fit. And so, like, it was funny because, like, well, funny in a sad sense. Because, like, when my sister finally moved out to go to college, I was finally able to have bagels. And I was talking to my FC in Final Fantasy XIV, and I was going on about how excited I was to finally be able to have bagels. And they were like, "Are you okay?" And, like, I get it. Food issues are tough. But, like, I'm of the belief that, like, just because I have food issues doesn't mean I would restrict somebody else's food issues, you know? Like, just because I can't eat meat doesn't mean I would stop somebody else from eating meat, you know? It's your body and it's your choice. If you want to do that, you can do that. Like, I don't have an issue with that. But, like, yeah, like, if I were to eat bread or something that she couldn't eat, she would get really mad at me. But then I also couldn't eat any of the food she got. So, like, it was very hard for me to, like, have food. I eventually just, like, started storing soup and Luna bars in, like, a small corner of my bedroom where no one could find them so I'd have food. Maple, if you want water, you have to get off the bed. Come on, get off the bed. You can go get water and then get back on the bed. Come on, you can do it. I believe in you. I will try bringing you water again. It's literally right down there. She, like, became an old lady dog, and now she's like, take care of me, human. You want water? Is this what you want? No? Did you not want water? Okay. Do you want to get off the bed then? Come off the bed. You can do this. Do you need a treat? Is this what we're arguing about? Are we arguing about the concept of you needing food to get off the bed? Come on, you can do it. Oh, you wanted a treat to get off the bed. That's what we were dealing with here. Okay. I just needed to offer you food to get off the bed. Okay, great. Ah, the level of diva-dom that was that. Oh no, I'm not getting off the bed until you give me food. If you give me food, I'll get off the bed. If you don't give me food, I'm gonna whine and cry until you give me food to get off the bed. I live with too many characters. All my animals are just characters. Now she's just standing there like, why are you not still feeding me? You got dinner. I know you got dinner. Hey, Nero. All good. Always welcome to lurk. Everyone's welcome to put on a lurk and hoodie and lurk. Get your binoculars out and creepy watch. I don't care. I used to do that. I freaked out the neighbors quite a bit. I had binoculars, and I would literally look out the window at things going on outside in the world when I was in middle school. And I am sure they thought I was fucking insane. Oh, for the... Ascalon ghost not giving it up. Alright, I shall stretch. Okay, while I commune with this hero point, I will stretch. Stretching, I did need that. Thank you, Nero. I did need that. I shall hydrate as well. Sip my tea. And now Maple's barking again. Okay, I am fucking insane. I'm a little more moderated now than looking out the window at crazy people. Like, watching people, okay? I used to, like, legitimately watch people through binoculars. That was kind of unnerving. I mean, I have the mentor mount in FF14. That is my certification for being fucking insane. If I ever need to be locked up for insanity, all they have to do is show that goddamn unicorn Pegasus mount and be like, this takes 2,000 mentor roulettes. Here's what goes into that. And then you will know how fucking insane I am. Like, that's a justification for me ever needing to be locked up. Like, the fact that I did that is justification. It was after Shadowbringers, and I really wanted the mount. And I have not done that since, and I'm not a mentor anymore because I never wanted to be. But, like, I really wanted the mount. And I got it. And if a judge were to see that, they'd know I'm fucking insane. Like, okay, Maple, what do you want now? Alright. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna go figure out why Maple is being Maple, and what she is throwing his feet about now, and if she just wants more food, or if it's she needs to go out, or something or other. While I do that, you are going to watch bats eating bananas. Because Maple just threw a hissy fit to get a treat to come off the couch. Which means... Hang on. Which means that this is probably bullshit. However, let me add... That wasn't what I wanted to do, but okay. Why is this not working? Okay, I need to go figure out Maple's bullshit. But I also... You guys are also going to enjoy this bat eating a banana while I go figure out why Maple's being Maple. The audio might be weird because I just jury-rigged this at the last minute. But yeah, y'all are gonna figure out why Maple's being Maple. I'm gonna go figure out why Maple's being Maple.
Chewy, the holiday
Y'all
savings never end.
are
Buy
gonna
two
go
and get
watch
the third free
this
on
bat
thousands
eating
of
a
products.
banana, okay?
So, Mr. Batson and I have just come back from a rescue.
I'll be right back.
We picked up Mr. Forrest today.
Y'all are gonna watch this bat eating a banana.
He's in a filthy mood. So, he was called in by Colin. Colin found him low in his grevilleas this morning. So I think what's happened is that he may have come in to feed on the grevilleas and there just simply wasn't enough room for him to take off. It was quite a small yard. So he may have hit the house. But there's no injuries on him. See if you like another bit of nugget. There's always room for banana. There's always room for banana. So he'll be in care for a little while. He's got no injuries. There's nothing at all I can find on him. Everything's working well. So he'll have a little holiday in care until we're sure that he's not concussed or that there's no issues. And you can go home. You can have as much banana as you... Oh, he's cranky. Cranky boy. I don't like you people. So he's a big old boy. He's been around the block a few times. He's very strong as well. Didn't take too kindly to being captured, so we had to reel in, even though he was low. They're an arboreal animal that's very capable in the trees. So got Mr. Batzella to put a net on him. He started to take off up the paling fence. So fortunately we got you, didn't we? After a bit of a wrestle on the fence. Then we can get you some juice. Would you like a bit more banana? A little bit more banana? Oh, yes, please. Alright, we'll go and put him into some bed rest if he'll stay there. Good boy, Mr. Forrest.
With Cascade Platinum Plus, I load this and get this. Dare to dish differently.
For you. Come here, up on the bed. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. I believe in you. Good girl. Okay, careful. Good, nicely done. Okay, you got on the bed again. Look at that. All right. I am back. I have returned. I hope you enjoyed the bat eating the banana. Okay? I hope this was an enjoyable experience for all of you. Okay, I'll read it later, Nero. I see that. Oh, there's an ogre attacking me. Goddamn. Okay, that's an event that happened. I have lately become really obsessed with bats eating bananas, okay? Bats eating bananas is a mood that I have become obsessed with. Little sky puppies eating bananas is my new my new wholesome thing I watch when the world is ending, okay? Alright, Maple needed to go outside, but she didn't really want to go outside because it was raining, and then she got mad at me because I couldn't make it stop raining. Last year, she got mad at me for the same thing, and the year before that, and the year before that. So I don't think it's an older dog issue. I think she just believes I have some sort of weather telepathy powers that I do not have. Yeah, Maple will get very, very irritated with me if, it's raining outside. She will throw a hissy fit, and I've literally had it where I, like, keep the door open, and it's raining, and she just stands in the doorway staring at me, yelling at me, and I'm like, I can't make it stop raining. I don't know what you want. I don't have that power. I've never had that power. I guess I should be thankful she thinks I'm some sort of magical being, but, like, I'm not. Like, it's flattering, because, like, oh, you know, I've done a good job, and she thinks I have the solutions to every problem. But it's also kind of a problem, because I've done a good job, and now she thinks I have the solution to every problem. I can't turn off the sky! I know, I'm talking about you. I'm talking smack about you. Alright, here we go. I love the concept that fire just works underwater. Like, Guardians, fire works underwater. Elementalist, fire works underwater. It just works underwater for some reason. Don't overthink it. It's magic. A while back, I think it was in Bloodtide Coast or whatever, or Bloodtide Bay or whatever it's called, and I was on this mount, which is specifically made for going over water or, like, quicksand, because it's a manta ray, somebody was going around to everybody with a manta ray mount and telling them not to use it because his dad was, like, Steve Irwin or something, and I was like, what the hell is this roleplay? Like, you know, people doing, like, sexy roleplay or whatever, that's standard. That's expected in MMOs, right? But, like, Steve Irwin parentage-based roleplay is a weird one. That's an odd one. Like, that's not one I've experienced before. That made me question things. I was like, what the fuck? I mean, I guess if that's what does it, sure. I don't know what to do about that. I could try to kill that scale. Are they gonna try to kill that scale? I think, oh, they're trying to, okay, I'll join them, because they're trying to do it. But, like, I don't know if I want to do it solo. Scale are fucking annoying. They, like, disappear, and then they show up, and they have health regeneration, and they're just really annoying enemies to fight, because they're kind of like the ones that just spawn in and spawn out, and a lot of times they're really low level, and if they stayed still, you could kill them. So you kind of just end up running away from them, and then they come back.
That's one less distraction for theirs. Wonder.
But I'll take the extra karma. Actually, I should also... Oh, fuck! This is the wrong spot. This is way over level than where I'm at. Okay. Although it's got like an epic boss fight where you actually fight a dragon. It's pretty lit. Pretty great. I'm just gonna get this waypoint though. If I'm here, I'll just grab that. That's not where I want to go. I want to go over here. That could have been bad. Although, I guess I am technically kind of leveled for it. I'm not geared for it. I'm really under-geared. I'm trying to get, like, I try to get... What I usually do when I'm doing, like, world exploration is I try to get all the zones that are leveled kind of the same. It gets less and less as the game goes on, but, like... So, like, all the starting area, like, so, like, with the Norn, it would be Hallbrook, Wayfarer Foothills, that's 115, Snowden Drifts, that's 15 to 25. With this one, it's Black Citadel, Plains of Ashford, Dessa Plateau, and then the humans and Sylvari actually share one, and then Sylvari and Asura actually share one, and Char and Norn share the Dessa Plateau. So that's if you were leveling it ordinarily. The way I'm just getting all the ones, but then as time goes on, it gets narrower. So there's like 25 to 35 zone here, 35 to 45 here, 25 to 40. That's kind of its own unique thing. 30 to 40. So like, there's different. Like, I try to get everything in unison. So I'm usually over leveled, but honestly under geared. What are you talking about? Final Fantasy or Guild Wars 2? I may have missed, something. Or is it another game that we're talking about? I may have missed something while I was out trying to get Maple to stop. Guild Wars 2, yeah, it was hard for me to get into it too, just because it approaches things in a very different way. And also, like, here's the thing about Guild Wars 2. It does everything fair, but it doesn't do one thing excellent. So Final Fantasy, the one thing it does excellent is story. Star Wars The Old Republic, same deal. One thing it does excellent is story. Star Wars The Old Republic has a way worse combat system than FF14, but story-wise, it's got, like, multiple choice system, your actions have consequences. It does story really fucking well. The voice acting's amazing, the music's amazing, all that stuff. Graphics, decent. But, like, Guild Wars 2 does everything fairly, which makes it a fair title, right? Okay, that's true. Like, I don't have to play through the story on Guild Wars 2. If I want, I could just go murder hobo everything. However, I feel like in FF14, the story's so good I don't mind having to play through it, if that makes sense. But that's also just a me thing, like, other people could have that, and I also really like it. Like, the thing about F14 is, like, it's a JRPG first and an MMO second, so it's not, like, the same, concept-wise, I would say, but there is, like, yeah, like, Guild Wars 2, I feel like everything is fair. There's multiple choice. Your story is based off of your background and your choices. It's not as in-depth as Star Wars The Old Republic, but it's a decent attempt. There's not voice acting in every aspect of Guild Wars 2, but there is voice acting in most aspects of Guild Wars 2, and it's pretty good. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind Inflexible, because sometimes I like to have structure. Like, I like structure, right? I like to have structure. But there are times I don't like to have structure, and when I don't like to have structure, I go to a different game. Like, on the days I feel the need to have structure, I'll play FF14. On the days I feel the need not to have structure, I don't play FF14. But also, like, I'm maxed out at FF14, so I don't have any more story right now to get through. So I kind of just log on to FF14, dick around, and then log off. Right now, but, yeah, so, like, yeah, I mean, so there is story in Guild Wars 2, there's non-story as well. You get story every 10 levels in Guild Wars 2. So, like, I technically am still in the level 30 story, and I can jump around if I need to as well. Like, I don't have to finish an expansion to move on to the next one, which is nice in a sense, but can also be a bit of an issue because, like, occasionally... Oh, I reached... Oh, cool. Actually, I have the ability to do a second specialization now. Excellent. Let's do Valor. Start working on that. I have the signet for that. Don't need that. Let's just do that one then. And then I don't have any of those unlocked yet. Okay. Yeah, I mean, the thing about FF14 that is... So the issue with FF14 is a lot of MMOs and a lot of people who play MMOs... Like, I'm an MMO crackhead, right? Like, I have a problem. If there's an MMO is out, I've probably played it a little bit, at least. Like, it's a problem. But, like, a lot of games, they're... like alt-friendly games. You're meant to build a lot of characters very quickly. Guild Wars 2 is very good at that. You can build a lot of characters very quickly and in various different ways. Final Fantasy, you're meant to have one character and then you can change it occasionally. Like, you know, you're meant to have one character. And that's what's very disconcerting for a lot of people. That and it's a JRPG first and an MMO second, right? It approaches it in a different way. Guild Wars 2, I think the disconcerting thing is that it's this weird hybrid of, like, action and non-action, and also it doesn't explain what the level of things you can do very well. Like, if you're a PvP player and you heard PvP in Guild Wars 2 is really good, it is. It is. It's literally called Guild Wars for a reason. However, you will have no idea how to find that at all. Like, there is no explanation for that. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I like to make friends. So here's the thing. Because I'm agoraphobic, I don't go outside a lot, which means it's very hard for me to interact with people and, you know, talk to people. And, like, I know that talking to people in games is difficult because I started playing World of Warcraft when I was young, so I know that, like, World of Warcraft was very toxic, especially if you sounded like a chick. And so it can be, like, I was terrified of talking to people. Final Fantasy has a really nice community in most aspects. Like, there's certain aspects where, yeah, the community is not so great, and I don't delve into those aspects. But most of the time, the community is really fucking nice, and there's a lot more women playing, and there's a lot more LGBTQ plus people playing, and people who are neurodivergent playing, which makes it easier. I mean, there's aspects, I think it depends what data server you're on. So, I'm on Crystal, but I'm on Zalera. So, the world I'm on is Zalera, which is not a super... Like, it's not a super crazy world. Yeah, so, like, Zalera's kind of, like, nobody really talks about Zalera, right? But, like, Balmug is insane. One of my friends is from Balmug, and I went over there, and oh my fucking god. It's insane. I went over there specifically to look at adventure plates, right? Oh, no, I could not be there full time. I would lose my shit. Like, it's fun in small doses where I don't actually have to interact with people, but the amount of people hanging out in Uldal was like, nope, I'm out of here. Like, nope, I never want to deal with that ever. Oh yeah, no, there's some good, if you want degeneracy, Balmug's your place, but that's what everyone knows Crystal for, right? So, like, every other server that's not Balmug is really chill and casual. and I don't really delve into the RP spaces, so I don't know about that. I know clubs can get kind of toxic and crazy and weird. I've never been to a club out in real life or in FF14. Maybe I would go if I had some friends with me, but it's not something I would do on my own, right? So, like, there are aspects where I have met some pretty toxic people. I also use my block list pretty heavily if I meet somebody I don't like. Now, I do frontline a lot, and I've done some of the PvP in FF14. And Crystalline Conflict, you can't really talk in it, so you don't hear a lot of, there's probably some, if you could talk and do some emotes, there'd probably be a lot of toxicity going on. Frontline, there's some toxicity there. Most of the time, that toxicity is just, like, this is frontline. Why? Like, most of the time, at least on Zalera, where I am, like, when there's toxicity, people are like, this is frontline. Why are you taking this shit seriously? I don't know if you go to, like, Ether or something, if that's different. Ether and Primal are their own beasts that I am not a part of. Being on a roleplay server and not doing roleplay is probably the most chill thing I've ever done in my life. Yeah. Like, Frontline used to be a lot more toxic, but I feel like now, like, at least, again, I'm on Zalera. I don't know what it's like in a server with more competitive people. But, like, well, no, most people don't take Frontline seriously. It's not meant to be taken seriously. You're literally running around like a chicken with your head cut off. Crystalline Conflict is what people take seriously now. Frontline, not so much anymore. Before Crystalline Conflict was a thing, people took Frontline very seriously. Nowadays, no, you're just doing it for the roulette, maybe a little bit of the, like, Series EXP, and that's it, right? So, like, when people do play Frontline, I have not gotten, maybe once a month I'll see one negative comment. But I only do Frontline until I get what I want out of the series, and then I just kind of don't do PvP anymore. I only do casual Crystalline Conflict, so, where chat logs are, you can say hello, goodbye, this or that, but there's, like, assigned sayings you can say, and, yeah, like, there's only a certain limited amount of emotes you can do. Yes, hello! I have a variety of ears. So I used to have headphones that had cat ears on them, but they literally split in half. So now I just use all my variety of ears for my headphones, and today I'm wearing fox ears. I debated wearing fox ears or rabbit ears, but I decided to go with the fox ears because they're a bit more comfortable, and I wanted to do a bit longer of a stream. Yeah, no, World of Warcraft was insane. Okay, so I did revisit World of Warcraft a while ago, like a year ago, because one of my friends Noelle is from Spain, and Noelle played World of Warcraft, and so I decided to kind of check out the Spanish servers, because I played on North American servers, and, you know, America is America, right? It's a cesspool of conflicting ideas and people with giant personalities, right? I have two different sets of rabbit ears. One that kind of matches my hair color, and another one that Jimmy's gave me off my Amazon wish list. That they're red and black, but they're massive. So it's a little hard for me to use them on longer streams because they're so big that, like, they kind of are, like, I can't use them if I'm going long term. Yeah, so, like, the Spanish servers, I don't know if World of Warcraft, if it was just because I'm not in Spain, that, like, I was playing on off hours, that things were more chill on the Spanish servers, or, like, if the Spanish servers are just more chill. Like, I don't know. I am leveling, but this is, like, my, I don't know, 60th character I'm leveling. I'm an altaholic, so I'm kind of just dicking around. Like, I'm kind of just doing map completion and like I'm not really even map completion. I'm kind of just like running around the world, doing events if they pop up, maybe killing some bosses if I see them. Just kind of fucking off, like. Yeah. Well, I dabbled in OnlyFans for a little bit. Let's just say that. But I've been doing more like work with kids, and I don't want to get fucked. I like people will find out, and like so I'm kind of in the process of getting rid of a lot of that. But yeah, when I was doing that, I was doing a lot more like nerdy cosplay content. Actually, there was not a lot of chatter in general on the Spanish World of Warcraft servers. That was surprising to me. Again, I'm not in Spain. I might have been playing in off hours. And then I checked out the North American servers as well, because I was like, okay, well, I might as well. But the main issue I didn't stick around with World of Warcraft when I revisited it was monetization, and, you know, Blizzard being Blizzard. But also, when I played World of Warcraft back in the day, when I was much younger, I had, my main issue with it was, like, I would log in, and immediately the world chat would just be filled with hate messages. And, like, if the world chat was filled with hate messages, like, I was like, nope, I'm out. Like, nope, not dealing with that. Like, and when I started playing FF14, I was terrified to talk to anyone based off of World of Warcraft. Because my experience in World of Warcraft dealing with people was so bad that I was mortified if anyone even emoted at me. I would, like, fucking log off. I was like, absolutely not. Like, I don't want to deal with this. It was not that bad going back to it. Like, going back to it, it was a little better. I don't know if, like, the community just wasn't playing with it, or, again, Spanish servers are just more chill. I don't know. Yeah, like, I'm not going back to it, because until they fix their monetization issues. Like, to me, it's, like, insane. Guild Wars 2 is free to play until 80, and you don't need to have a subscription to keep playing it. You literally just need to have the expansion. So, you don't need to have the expansions in order. You just need to have, like, a expansion. You could literally get Secrets of the Obscure, play Secrets of the Obscure, not have any of the other fucking expansions. You'll probably be a little underfunded in the hero point department, because Secret of the Obscure doesn't have hero points. But you can still technically play it without subscribing, right? And then Final Fantasy is starting their thing of being free to play till level 70, and World of Warcraft is still over here like, oh, you can only play free till level 35, unless you do all this, this, and this. And I'm just like, I cannot be bought. Like, what? What? Like, I'm playing Guild Wars 2, and I don't have to pay a damn thing right now. I have to pay for the expansion, sure. But, like, right now, currently, I don't have to pay anything. None. Yeah, I mean, I will say that I get a lot less hate for being me in FF14. When I'm me in FF14, people seem genuinely happy to see me. When I was me in World of Warcraft, people were really bad. Like, as soon as they find out you're, like, feminine, yeah, it was bad. Like, really, really bad. And that kind of ruined it for me. And, like, I don't get that. Like, here's the thing. Like, the longevity of a game, and I don't get it, not just in World of Warcraft, but in every game. I don't get toxic-ass people. Look, I will rage a bit. If I get a tank in a level 90 dungeon that's spamming Super Belide every other fucking second and doesn't seem to understand what Rampart fucking does, yeah, I'm gonna threaten to shove my white mage stick up their ass. That's how that works. You can't play your class right, you don't communicate, I'm gonna get fucking pissed. That's just common sense, right? But, like, I don't understand why people are toxic in games. If you want your game to do well, especially in MMO, which requires lots of people playing it to do well, you should be nice to people who are playing it so that more people will play it and the game will therefore do well. I do not understand, like, if you love the game, like, and they're all like, oh, I love this game, and then they treat people like shit in the game, and then they get weirded out that nobody's playing the game or the game is not doing well, and I'm like, yeah, because people don't want to stay in a game. And some of it, too, is the developer's problem, right? Like, there's a lot of issues with the developers in many games. Yeah. Yeah, okay, you should have, I don't know if you ever saw me. I just read your comment about healing, yeah. I mean, I've seen the role-playing Guild Wars too. I mean, it's not that bad. Like, I mean, I don't know if you heard my comment, but like, yeah, there was somebody going around getting mad at everyone riding a manta ray mount because they were claiming to be Steve Irwin's son, and that was weird-ass roleplay I've never seen before. Like, you know, sexy roleplay where people are like being weird and like that's expected. Going around pretending to be Steve Irwin's son is weird. But you know, it didn't harm me. It didn't harm me in the slightest. I just moved on with my life. Yeah. I mean, I try to be understandable about it because I'm a socially awkward person and I've been there. And sometimes I give people way too much the benefit of the doubt. But like, if I'm healing a dungeon and the tank comes in and is like, hi, I'm new, I've never done this before, I'll be like, okay, I gotcha, that's fine. That's all the communication I need to know that that this is okay. Like, I don't mind that. However, if a tank comes in, offers no communication, does their rotation horrible, and it's max level, I'm like, nope. Fuck this, I'm out. Nope. Well, okay, I don't leave. But we might have an issue. Like, there's a difference between a level 70 tank not knowing a new level 70 skill and a level 90 tank at end level pulling everything, doing none of their rotation correctly, and acting like I'm the asshole. You know? Yeah, but I mean, I know I'm lenient about a lot of things, but like I don't understand the toxicity in a lot of these communities. Even in Final Fantasy, when like people are very toxic about like certain Final Fantasy things they're weirdly passionate about, I'm like, I don't understand. Or like somebody free-to-play players got banned from playing in Frontline because when the free-to-play accounts became live, somebody made a bunch of bots and tried to do Frontline, and that is like the stupidest thing to me, because Frontline in Final Fantasy XIV is nothing. Abso-fucking-lutely nothing. You run around like a chicken with your head cut off. And at that time, there was no series EXP. There was no series. There was literally no benefit to doing any of that. And I was like, that's a really great way to get your account banned. For no gain. There's no gain to that. Nothing. I mean, if you can do wall pulling really well, I mean, I love that. Like, nothing makes me happier than the manic as fuck warrior pulling the entire dungeon, basically, and living to tell the tale, and like using their skills correctly, you know? As a healer, I love my manic ass warriors who are just like, like, you know, the manic warriors who are like, yeah, I got a bunch of regen, let's just go. Like, I'm fine with that. But sometimes your gear score is really low, and you're not wearing the proper equipment, and you somehow manage to get in that dungeon by the skin of your teeth, And oh my god, do not wall pull if you do not have the proper, like, if you do not have a good enough gear score and you do not know your rotation. Like, there's some dungeons where you specifically should not wall pull unless you're at least, like, gear scored 20 over. Stone Vigil, for starters. Poison Veil, which it has an official name, that's just not what I call it. Amarat. Yeah, Final Days. Don't fucking do that on Amarat. I hate Amarat enough as it is. I will fucking kill you if you do that on Amarat. Yeah. Oh yeah, no. Nobody fucking does that to me on Stone Vigil. Like, the tank being like, I'm new, and then trying to do a wall pull, and I'm just standing there like, don't do that. And then Amarat, it's an issue because the mobs that spawn, like, attach to the healer or the DPS, and then give them a debuff. So if you decide to do that in Amarat, we have a problem. Because there's a reason. Like, they have a debuff. There's a reason things are spaced out the way that they are in Amarat. And, like, I'm fine with big pulls. I'm just not fine with wall-to-wall pulls. So you can still pull, like, 2 packs of mobs together. Just don't, like, you know, force it down my throat. Like, I mean, I'm sure with the, like, yeah, I call Aurum Vare Poison Veil. That's what I call it. It's so bad. Like, I can do it well, and I can take it well, because I had to do that to level. But the problem with Stone Vigil, Desmil Darkhold, and Poison Veil is that a lot of times when you are doing them, you are level 50, but the dungeons are not synced to level 50. So you're in this weird kind of in-between space with them that is not... I mean, I don't like black mages. I'm gonna, like, as a healer, the black mage is out there to kill me. They're just always right outside of Medica 2. Just always, like, 2 steps away from my Medica 2. Everybody else is in range, it's just them. It's just them. Like, like, if somebody plays as black mage... Oh, thank you for the follow, Geraldton. Please tell me if I got your name wrong. I actually am a Guardian main. So, I have a Firebrand who's my main. But I wanted to level a Dragon Hunter. I have everything maxed out on Guardian, on my Firebrand. I have all the hero things technically maxed out. But I am geared as a Firebrand, and I like that character as a Firebrand. I really wanted to kind of make almost like this, like, ghostly ranger for Dragon Hunter? I know that sounds weird, but I had this concept of, like, a ghostly, like, an undead ranger type build. But, like, that uses traps instead of animals or whatever, right? So that's the build I'm going for. Like, my warrior is a longbow, like, fire damage berserker, where everything that does fire damage and that does long shot strike damage is just maxed out, right? I like to do, like, crazy builds in Guild Wars 2. Like, my fief is a gunslinging pirate. Like, my gunslinging, like, you know, daredevil pirate, etc. I don't always do what is, like, the normal thing to do, so, yeah, so, and I healed raids, well, I haven't healed, I kind of technically, I didn't heal raid. I was an engineer mechanist main for a really long time, and I did that for a lot of raids, that I did, because a lot of people wanted alacrity specifically. And so I did that for a lot, but I got really bored of playing Mechanist. So then I leveled my Firebrand, because I like Guardian a lot. I like the, like, passive, I like the holy fire damage, but I just like doing crazy, shitty things with it. Like my firebrand uses a focus, and I've never seen another guardian use a focus, which is sad because focus skills for guardians actually have one of the a really cool shield ability that can just do so much, like take so much damage. So, and then also like if the enemy like it can like CC an enemy if they like strike your shield. So it's very fun to do that with focus skills. So, yeah, Firebrand is a little overpowered in places, but I prefer to be ranged. And I like the axe skills on Firebrand, but they don't feel as satisfying as like ranged skills. And then when I know that I did try out the dual pistol stuff in the beta test of the weapons stuff, and I like that. I don't know if it's really my thing. I did try out Willbender too. It was fair. I had fun with it. I like assassin builds, and that was fun. But I really prefer to be ranged if I can help it. So I'll play around. Melee's like, for me, I like melee in small doses, but I prefer to be ranged just because I have sensory issues. So I get overwhelmed very easily and very quickly. So being ranged gives me a little extra time to react to a lot of things that kind of help limit the overwhelming nature of them. Yeah, I mean, it's fun to mess around with things. Once the Secrets of the Obscure came out and we had the option to, like, I was really excited to be able to switch between things specifically for this, so that I could level, like, with the longbow. Because I like the longbow skills on Ranger 2. I hate all of Ranger's elite specs. I'm going to be brutally honest, all of Ranger's elite specs I absolutely hate. Right now I have my Ranger on Druid. I have all the elite specs maxed out. I tried all of them. I did not like any of them. And which really sucks because I really like pet classes, right? And I love the way the longbow feels on Ranger, but like it felt like once I hit 80, the longbow didn't feel as impactful. Yeah, most of my characters are not melee based. Like Renegade for Revenant, I have every class leveled. And and then yeah, so like it's I don't like being melee. I think there's a couple, like, it's fun, like, my secondary weapons are sometimes melee based, but not, I don't like to swap weapons. I know some people really love going back and forth, but, yeah, no, here, I'll show you my, my Ranger is actually named the Killer Rabbit, but, my Druid. So I have it on Druid just because, like, when I do, I played Rogue in World of Warcraft. I played Outlaw Rogue, and I played as Pandarin because Stealth Bear is so funny to me. The idea that a giant panda can just turn invisible and stealth up behind you was extremely funny to me. So yeah, my character's name is the Killer Rabbit, and my pet's name right now is the Holy Hand Grenade. And I have pretty much everything caught. The only things I don't have caught are the things that need, like, specific points for, or you have to, like, pay for or whatever. I don't know. Not like use for. So, like, yeah, I have all my stuff. I don't know if you can see it here. Let me move it over here. My screen's really big, but yeah, like, the only things I don't have, well, okay, the juvenile smoke scale I could go get, but it requires getting the new Lock Hollows to, like, tier 3, and I fucking hate that zone. I'm not spending another goddamn minute in that thing. Yeah, it's a mecha turtle, and its name is the Holy Hand Grenade. It's a turtle with a cannon. And then if I go on the turtle mount, it looks like I'm mounting up my pet. Right now I'm a Druid, on my Ranger, but I don't like playing any of the Ranger specializations. I only have Druid on this one. Right now I'm only using Ranger for group content, so, because I'm usually healing in group content. That's why it's on Druid. Yeah, yeah. My Ranger's pretty. I like my Ranger. I like the design, how I designed my Ranger. I actually leveled part of it with Nero. It was great. Yeah. So I have a here. I'll show you. I have a lot. This is my Mechanist. Done the most on. This was the Spellbreaker. This is my Weaver. I dabbled with Weaver a little bit. Catalyst. I like my Asuras. This is my Renegade. I've been using Renegade mostly for, well, okay, I like support classes. So I like, my favorite is support DPS builds. I like being able to provide something to the party, because if you provide something to the party always needs you, and that means they usually treat you a little better. And if you need to punish the party because they were a dick to you and you leave, that's more punishing to the party if you actually provide something to the party. That's why I like healers, because if the party is a dick to me, I just let them die. That's why I play healers or support DPS, because I do something, and then if they're mean to me, they suffer for it. I like Renegade a lot. I hated leveling Revenant, okay? Abso-fucking-lutely hated leveling Revenant. Hated the system for it. Hated all of that. Once I unlocked Renegade, I was like, this is amazing. I love Renegade. Hate Revenant. And this is my main. This is my Firebrand's main. And then this is my Chronomancer, because everyone forgets that class exists. I actually like that class. This is my Warrior, my Berserker, Longbow Wielder, Fire. This is my Daredevil. I mostly use that one for PvP. This is my Harbinger. You can't really see it super well, but I do have the Omicron horns. I mean, I like playing with Revenants. I played with a lot of Revenants. I just don't like being a Revenant myself. I like being a Renegade Revenant. I've been doing most of my strike missions on there, and it's been fun. It's very fun to just, like, grind things like that. Like, Mechanist and Revenant, I had a lot of fun, like, just grinding shit on, right? They were the most fun. They're, like, very brain dead. If I'm just grinding stuff, I'm just grinding stuff. I got through all of Icebrood Saga on my Mechanist, which is why I can't delete it now. Because I am not fucking going back and doing Icebrood Saga. Just never doing that again. So they're just gonna stay there. Also, that character's name was Smidget that just passed me. That is amazing. Sorry. Smidget, I can relate to. Alright, I need to do... The only one I don't have is the Silvari area and the Caledonian Forest. I mean, I played with a lot of Revenants and they're great. Like, I don't mind it when other people play things even if I don't like them. I actually prefer if other people play classes I don't like, because then there's balance, there's cohesion, right? I think it's more fun if people play whatever makes them feel good. Like, even though I give black mages and tanks a lot of shit in FF14, I would rather have someone who's really good at playing black mage in my trial or party than somebody who's playing Reaper because it does a lot of damage but they don't know shit about being a Reaper, right? Like, I'd rather have someone who knows what they are doing versus someone who has no idea and is only doing it because everybody else said to do it. And that's the same way I feel about builds in Guild Wars 2. Like, I don't give a fuck what you build as long as you play that thing fucking flawlessly. Like, if you play well and you do decent enough of what you're trying to do, I'm cool with it. Like, yeah, I'll give people shit because the black mage is always out of my Medica, and that really is hard to heal. But if they're doing decent damage and they're using all their skills correctly, I mean, and they're not fucking dying, I mean, they can just not get healed. I'm not I don't do the add-ons. I don't fuck with that because a lot of times I'm streaming and I don't want to get my ass kicked. My friends, on the other hand, maybe are. Possibly. I don't want to get their ass kicked either, but possibly. As a healer, I'm a micromanaging dick. So, I will know, like, I have every single combat class leveled in FF14, okay? I know, and I have every single combat class leveled in Guild Wars 2. I'm not as good in Guild Wars 2 as I am in FF14. That's just because I haven't given as much time to Guild Wars 2 as I've given to FF. That's just how that cookie crumbles. I would like to get as good as in Guild Wars 2 as I am in FF, but that's going to take time. And I'm working towards that, but it's still a work in progress, right? So... I mean, okay, Alflin, join Dragon Brand. Join Nero and I on Dragon Brand. Come be with Nero and I on Dragon Brand. Okay, I think that's where your character is anyway. But, like, create an account. It's free till level 80. You get 2 character slots. You can get as many character slots as you want in this game. There's no limit. Come join us on Dragon Brand. We can play together. Oh, Guild Wars 2 has an amazing system for people playing together too. You can like join each other's stories. You can share progress. It's amazing. It's so much fun. Yeah, that's where we are. That's where Nero and I are, at least. But yeah, like, also, if you are on Dragon Brand, feel free to reach out to me. I need more Guild Wars 2 friends. I don't have a lot of Guild Wars, like, I need more Guild Wars 2 friends. But yeah, like, I can, like, as for, like, monitoring people in raids, like, because I have dedicated a lot of time to FF14, and I'm kind of taking a little bit more of a break from it now. But, like, when I am healing, because I have maxed out every class, and I know how to play every class somewhat sufficiently, I can tell if the Black Mage is doing something wrong. Like, them not using lightning. That's the main thing. That's the thing. The 2 things that irk me about that are them not using lightning, about Black Mages, them not using lightning, and them being right outside my Medica too. Also, yeah, but like, if a person is really good at playing Black Mage, I don't have a problem with it. Again, I'd rather have someone who's really good at whatever they're playing versus somebody who has no fucking idea what they're doing playing something that people want them to play. Oh yeah, you can totally add me. Yes, it's North American, yeah. Yeah, Nero, I was trying to get Alfwin to come join us. That's what I was doing. I was telling Alfwin to come join us. What are you doing? Are you doing New Game Plus of Heavensward? I know you were thinking of doing that. Yeah, I'm on NA. Here, let me load up my stuff. I know I've put it on my Discord page, but I also yeah. So I am I don't know if you can see it very well. I don't know if there's a resizing element, but I'm November Ren, and then the number is 6017. So 6017. Hopefully you can see it okay. Is there there's not a resizing element. But yes. Feel free to add me at any time. Send me tells, I don't give a shit. I just need more Guild Wars 2 friends. I'm always trying to get more Guild Wars 2 friends because I do really like playing. This game is so group focused and there's so many things to do. Like, just wandering around and, like, finding events that are just random, like, doing random events is just so much fun. And I have met a lot of really cool people just doing random ass events that just spawn. The story's also pretty decent. Like, Guild Wars 2 does everything really fairly, which I think is actually not, like, it sounds like a criticism, but it's really not. Like, in this day and age, having a game that just does things, that just does everything fair is actually pretty good. Like, you know, there's, like, yeah, like, it's not the best at anything, but it's also not the worst at anything. It's a decent product, okay? And and I think that in this, oh, I would love to do fractals. Hit me up. Let's do fractals. I would absolutely. I want to do fractals so goddamn badly. I tried so hard to solo fractals on my Firebrand. I did horribly at that, by the way, but I tried. I got halfway through it by the skin of my teeth and persistence. I would love someone to do fractals or strikes with. If you want to do fractals, strikes, raids, anything, I will. I might not be the best at them, but I will give it my all every fucking time, okay? Yeah, I'm a special brand of crazy. Like. Yeah, no, it is really good for playing casually, because this is my secondary game, because I don't have to have a consistent subscription to pay it, right? And the expansions are super, like, they're, by expansion standards, they're not that expensive. They're like $20. So, and you don't even need all of them. You just need whatever you're interested in. So, like, if you want mounts, you get Path of Fire. And right now, you can actually get Path of Fire and Heart of Thorns together. Like, they're like a combo deal. There's also a big sale. I don't know if the sale's still going on. There's a big sale on expansions. But you can basically play for free even with expansions and even without expansions. It's free till level 80. And the whole mastery system is really cool. You don't level up normally, you just level up skills, and that's how you like accumulate things. And then once you level up a mastery, every character gets that mastery, which is how I'm able to ride a sky scale even though I'm only level 46. Like, because a character that was level 80 leveled up the sky scale and unlocked that mastery. And now I'm able to ride a sky scale on every character and fly on every character, and that's fucking amazing. Hello, Ruby! Yeah, I did, so I got halfway through the Path of Fire Living World tract, but once it was like, you need to gather 250 Crocolite or 250 of this, and then you need to trade it in for this, and this, and this, I gave up. My soul evicted from my body, and I didn't finish it. Oh, good for you! I'm crazy, but I'm not that. Like, here's the thing. Guild Wars 2 is my secondary bitch, right? Like, FF14 is my main bitch, and Guild Wars 2 is my secondary bitch. That's just kind of how that is. Sometimes Star Wars The Old Republic is my secondary bitch. I took a break from that, too. So, Guild Wars 2 right now is my secondary bitch. I'm trying to get really competent at it. I am sort of succeeding. Yeah. You need a G-pose idea? You're blanking on a solo shot. I know some people are doing a lot of, like, holiday things. I don't know if you're familiar, like, the only holiday thing I want to do is, like, I don't know if anyone's familiar with Hell of a Boss. There's this character named Mammon who's a sin of greed who's literally shaped like a fucking Christmas tree. That's all I want to do for the holidays. Yeah, so I did most of the collections for Path of Fire. I did most of the collections for Path of Fire's Sky Scale. Again, I'm on the last tier of that, which is getting all those goddamn, like, getting all the, like, I don't have it in my achievements page. I gave up on it. Just for Christmas, I just want to be Mammon for Christmas. I don't know. Someone else can be Fizzaroli. I don't care. Someone else can be Asmodeus. I don't give a fuck. You did a holiday one already. I'm trying to think. I was thinking, like, I did an army bunny look a while back. It's on my Eorzean Glamour page because the Nier hat One, I was a Viera at the time, and army bunnies are like a term for like, you know, women who hang around service members, right? But I did one for because the near caster and healer hats look like 50s army cadet hats. Although if you don't have also okay, this is gonna sound really weird. I don't know if anyone's familiar with Milo Murphy's Law. One, this is kind of a side tangent that's gonna lead back to the whole G-Post thing. But, in Milo Murphy's Law, one of the characters has a secret that he used to be part of a boy band. And that boy band has a song about lumberjack stealing your heart. And, I really want to do a music video with Gatherer where it's just that song.
Please, somebody.
Milo Murphy's Law it's created by the people who did Phineas and Ferb, and it exists in the same universe. But there's a outfit in FF14 that is essentially a very long lumberjack outfit that's really fun. It's not sexy, which might be more up your alley. It's like the like flannel and the suspenders, which is really fun. And it's not gender locked, so anyone can use it, which is great. And so if you're looking, like, a lumberjack idea might be fun. Yeah, no, the song literally is just like, I'm gonna chop my way right into your heart, and it's, I understand that Milo Murphy's Law is not popular, like, but Phineas and Ferb was fun, Milo Murphy's Law was fun. Well, it's not, so the top I'm thinking of isn't sexy at all. It's that, like, top with, like, that's white with suspenders, and then it's got, like, the long flannel, like, around the waist. It's one of my favorites. Like, whenever I do, like, androgyny looks, it's what I go for. Especially the dyeable version, because the flannel dyes really nicely and with certain colors. Alright, Alflin, good night, stay safe, eat cake, because the more you weigh, the harder you are to kidnap. I will see you around. Let me know if you're ever on Guild Wars 2. We can hang. I'll escort you around on my giant 2-person turtle mount that you can shoot cannons off of. Yeah, I needed this today. Alright, let's see if the spiders are there. I feel like every MMO I play, I always run into spiders and bears. Spiders, bears, and wolves are the staple of an MMO. It's not an MMO unless there are spiders, bears, or wolves. That's when you know. That's when you know you've hit MMO stardom. When you have an MMO that has spiders, bears, and wolves. Oh, the Sylvari area is so fucking pretty. I like being the Sylvari, but like, they don't have, like, okay, being a British, like, tree hippie is kind of funny. Being a stuck-up British snobby tree hippie is kind of funny. Like, the Sylvari are kind of funny in that regard. Like, it's not... like, they're like, what if we made our characters really kind of hippie-ish, but we also gave them the most stuck-up British accents ever? Oh, have you seen the aprons that look like Starbucks employee ones? My friend, one of my friends used to be a Starbucks employee, so he always wears the, like, Starbucks apron. Yeah, he's an Omnicrafter, though, so he's, like, an extra level of like, look, I don't like crafting in games. I love crafting in real life. I can weave, I can knit, I can kind of sew, I can kind of do art. I'm bad at drawing, but I'm really good at, like, multimedia sculpture art. I love crafting in real life. I come from a long line of knitters. Like, I love crafting in real life. I hate crafting in games. absolutely hate it. Oh, I do join metas occasionally. Yeah. I do join metas occasionally. When I have reason to, I guess. Not always though. I like joining metas. Metas are fun. I did Tequila Sunless for a while. I did the all the stuff to get the masteries from the Worm in the Bloodtide Coast. Jormag, the dragon in, oh, I'm blanking on the name. I've done the End of Dragons meta multiple times. I've done the meta event for Secrets of the Obscure multiple times. I've done some of them for Path of Fire. I had a lot of fun with them. Yeah, no, actually, the first time I got into Dragon's End to do that event, like, the first time I did that event in the End of Dragons, I didn't know it was the meta event. There was just an event going on. I was like, well, I'm here, I might as well join it. And then we were fighting the dragon. I was like, what the fuck? Okay, well, I guess I did that then. It's like, whoops. Okay, well. Yeah, oh, yeah, I would love to join for metas. I love just, one of my favorite things about this game is literally just being out in the world and seeing events. Like, that's literally one of my favorite things to do in this game. Have I ever needed to gold farm? Yes, with an asterisk. I have gold farmed a bit. I am also very parsimonious in games and in real life. Growing up, we didn't have a lot of money. And as a result, like, my family's better now, but as a result, I remember, like, when we couldn't pay the energy bill or when we would have to go hungry. So, like, in games and in real life, I am super stingy with shit. Like, there's only certain things I'll splurge on, and if I do, it's because I don't want to have to pay for something similar. So I, like, in games, I will absolutely, like, occasionally not even, like, spend money on stuff. So I will literally level alts specifically just because I'm farming, like, stuff and then just, like, delete them later. Like, I love that currency is account bound in this game. Like, that fills my heart with so much joy because I can literally just, like, delete a character and still have all the money I got from having that character. I do have all the mounts, yes. I am kind of a completionist. It's a problem. And as a completionist, I got all the mounts because I hate myself. That's actually what got me doing strike missions, is you need new Kaining for the turtle mount. That's what got me into my current guild. Although I still have one slot open for guilds, because they were doing strikes at the time, and they didn't care that I can't read acronyms. Because I do have a problem reading acronyms. So, like, everybody kept asking if I could do alac. And if someone had just told me it means alacrity, I would have been like, oh yeah, no, totally, I can do that. I can refit my build, whatever you mean. But because nobody told me, and then every time I asked, they kicked me out, I didn't know what was wrong with me. And this was the only place that was like, we're not even going to ask you to change your build. This is a new player thing. I don't give a shit. You don't even have to talk in Discord. It's literally nothing. And that was much better. But because of I have symbol imaging issues. Mostly it's dyscalculia, which is like dyslexia, but for math, for numbers. But it's also just other symbol imaging things as well, like spelling and all of that too. Like, I can read fine, but like, ask me to differentiate arrows and road signs, and I'm useless. Like, honestly, most of my deaths in raids in Final Fantasy XIV are because my brain switches arrows around. Like, I literally cannot, like, some arrows I'm just like, oh, I would love to join you I got one more open space and I got some places I can delete. I would love to join you if you're offering. I will help out whatever you need, you know? I love that this game allows me to join multiple guilds because it means I can have, like, multiple communities to kind of hop in and out of. Mm-hmm. Oh, I don't worry. I'm like one of those, like, extroverted introverts where, like, I'm introverted until it doesn't, like, I'm introverted in a way that's, like, very understanding. But, like, I can be extroverted if needed. Like, when I'm comfortable, I can be very extroverted. But it just takes a lot for me to be comfortable. Which is one of the reasons I like playing games, is because, like, it's hard for me to, like, get out and be comfortable out and about in the world, but in an MMO, there's a lot less, like, the risk assessment is a lot less, because, like, if you have an issue with someone in a game, just block their ass, or go on another character, or go do something else. You know, it's not as, like, it's not as big of a deal if you have a problem with someone versus the real world. Or if I'm in a situation I don't like in a game, a lot of times I can just leave the situation. Or come back to it at another time, or try it at another time, or do something else, so... Yeah, I mean, yeah, and I'll help out with whatever I can. Like, I've been playing off and on for a year now, almost, but I still don't know everything, so... I'm sure there's a lot, so yeah. You'll just die and let the rest of the raid carry you. I feel that in my soul. Okay. When I was insane and I was doing mentor roulettes for the mount at the end of Shadowbringers, I would get Leviathan Extreme every fucking other goddamn time. And I eventually gave up on the will to live, right? And I was doing this as a machinist, so it's not like it was very whatever. I gave up on the will to live with Leviathan, and even to this day, even Leviathan normal mode, I give up on the will to live. My body exits my soul. Mooglemog? King Mooglemog? No, that's easy. Like, I can do that. Like, that's fine. Leviathan, I like the music. I'm just gonna die and let my body slowly fall off the like, whatever the fuck, and just pretend I'm not there. Like... I will lick the floor and tell you how it tastes, and that is my contribution to that. More efficient, yeah. Yeah, I gave up on the will to live and just kind of died. Like, I was like, we're either gonna do this or we're not, but I can't. Like, cause like, you know, the first couple times I have the energy in me to fight it and to do really good at it. Once you're getting it, like, cause I was doing those, cause you need 2,000, right? And I wanted to get it before the new expansion came out, because then everything would be reset and it would be a problem. So as a result, like, I was doing it kind of like all day, every day for like a month. And my FC can attest to this, because we were farming Heaven on High in the evening. And I would show up to we were farming Palace of the Dead and Heaven on High in the evening. And I would show up to our Heaven on High and Palace of the Dead farmers being like, I got 500 done today, or something like that. And they'd be like, what the fuck is wrong with you? They'd be like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why did you do why did you do like 99 mentor roulettes today? Like, what is... But yes, it was brutal. And, like, the first, like, time I have the energy to fight it. I have the energy to get Leviathan done. The second, third, fourth, fifth, because it was like every other queue I was getting Leviathan Extreme. I just could not. My soul evicted my body and left on another reality, like, plane of existence. I haven't had as as many, like, okay, there have been a couple soul-crushing grinds, but not as many. Not as many for Guild Wars 2. I mean, the Sky Scale was pretty bad. The Griffin was surprisingly not as bad as everyone made it out to be. Everybody was like, oh, the Griffin's so hard to do. And I was like, this has been the easiest time. Like, this is fine. I don't know what you're talking about. Like, this is not that bad. Leviathan music is fun. I like the remix that's in the Eden raids, personally. I also just like the Eden raids, like Gaia and Rin for life. I look like Rin, so that kind of helps me out there, but, like, I love the Eden raids are so much fun for me. I like Gaia and Rin's dynamic. I like Thancred's dynamic of, like, I'm escorting my daughter on this. But, yeah, the Leviathan remix for the Eden raids is fun, and I actually really like that fight. That's one of my favorite fights, is, like, the Leviathan Eden raid fight. Although, I think I like, what is it? Not full, it might be Fulmination, but, like, the one that's, like, Raban, I really want to do some of the savages that are in that tier, because the mounts they give off are amazing, but, like, finding a group for that is difficult. And then I'm still working on getting the Shadowbringer's Dragon mount from that, too. I need a, like, Castrum Meridium, which is... Oh, Emerald! The music from Emerald Weapon is beautiful. But, yeah, Thancred gets really good around End of Heaven's Ward and Stormblood. End of Heaven's Ward, I like to say that Thancred goes on, like, the bisexual journey. Like, in the beginning, he's, like, in denial and trying way too hard to get into every girl's pants. And then, like, in Heaven's Ward, he has, like, a midlife crisis and is kind of going through shit. And then in Stormblood, he's, like, kind of edgy going through shit, still figuring himself out. And then in Shadowbringers, he's finally taking care of, like, the baby gays. I love Emerald Weapons music. I think it's called The Black Wolf Strikes Back. I love electric guitar stuff, and that is a lot of electric guitar. Like, it's beautiful. Some of the other ones I was, like, meh about, but, like, that one was fun. Why does it say it's still alive? It was dead. No, why do we have another one? Just fucking died. Okay. Bear, what we howling about? Bear, come here. Bear. Come say hi, Bear. You want to come say hi? Come here, my beautiful beast. Hi, my beautiful beastie boy. Yeah, come say hi. Hello. Hello, my beautiful beast. Hi, beautiful beastie boy. Hello. You want to say hi? You were howling like you wanted to say hi. Okay. He was howling. Someone just messaged me telling me to get off my Sky Scale because I'm not making it fun for others. Screw you, Aria Lastria or whatever the fuck. I worked my ass off for the Sky Scale. I'm keeping my butt fucking on it.
Please help me. My pet broodmother has been turned by the undead.
Oh, Frondola gets so good though. Like, which one is it? I think it's the... Frondola gets so good, though. Oh my god. Like, especially when you unlock the role quest in Endwalker, and you get the role quest that she's part of. So fucking good. I liked her a lot. Lise fucking sucked. Frondola was great. Okay, Lise sucked in Stormblood, but she was really good in post-Stormblood. They did a lot, like, Stormblood, it isn't bad by, like, here, I'm gonna be nice and res this person. Stormblood wasn't bad by, like, MMO standards. It was just, like, it came right after Heaven's Ward, right? And Heaven's Ward was critically acclaimed. So, like, Stormblood, by MMO standards, it wasn't that bad. I liked a lot of its take on, like, post-war societies. But, like, and, like, the Kugane stuff was beautiful. Was so much fun. I love, like, Authard, all of that. That was, that was so much fun. But, like, but yeah, like, it just, like, yeah, it is, like, two expansions forced together. There's a disconnect. And that's, like, the main issue with it, right? Like, if it had been in the, like, if Stormblood had been in Guild Wars 2, we would all been like, this is actually pretty decent. But, like, because it's in Final Fantasy and comes right after Heaven's Ward, a lot of people are like, this is not great. And, like, that's the thing. Like, the Alamigos stuff wasn't that interesting. At first, especially because, like, Lise is not that interesting. She gets better in post-Stormblood, because post-Stormblood really improved on a lot of things. But, like, yeah, like, it's not bad by, like, MMO standards, but it's bad by Final Fantasy XIV standards. Yeah, I love, like, Yugiri? Yugiri is one of my favorite characters ever, and I wish they used her more. Yugiri's fucking amazing. She's like, yeah, I'm a badass ninja. I do ninja things. I come from here and I get shit done. I love characters that get shit done. Y'shtola, amazing. Grahatia, amazing. Kryle, awesome. Only, like, Kryle and Pippin are the only, okay, Tataru later on is actually pretty decent. Tataru, once Tataru reaches Heaven's Ward, she's just sitting in a tavern fucking everyone for information, and I love it. But, like, yeah, yeah, I mean, again, like, the authored stuff in Stormblood I got really invested in. The Alamigan stuff, I was like, I actually didn't mind Lakshmi that much, though. Like, a lot of people were like, "Oh, Lakshmi's a horrible fight," and I was like, I don't really care. Like, I actually kind of, the fight was kind of fun. Like, it was kind of soothing. I didn't go into it very well. Like, I went into it on Dark Knight and had no fucking idea what I was doing, but I still got through it. Wait, do you mean, oh, I'm blanking on her name. I know who you're talking about, though. Yes, we all simp for her. Even Yoshi P simps for her. Yoshi P literally said, someone was cosplaying her, and he was literally like, step on me. We all simp for her. I'm forgetting her name. Tatsuno, I think is what, Tatsuyu, I think is what it is. Yeah. Her fight is amazing. Oh my god, that trial is beautiful. Not very fun to do on... Yeah, not very fun to do on extreme mode sometimes, but super pretty. Okay, that's not actually... I thought something was attacking me, but I think I just had a condition that didn't go down. Yeah, her writing is really good. She's still, like, I think Asahi's writing was also really good. Her brother. Oh my god, I hated that prick's ass. I still hate his ass. Fucking, I am... Are you talking about Xenos? Cause, like, yeah, Xenos is... It's post Endwalker. It's actually been a little more interesting. Not with him, but like when he becomes a Reaper, and like post Endwalker when we meet Zero, it's a little more interesting about all the Reaper lore and stuff. But yeah, until that point, it's a little. It seems like they just don't know what to do with him. Yeah, I don't like him either. Like, even, like, okay. I read an LGBTQ FC on Final Fantasy XIV. Even the people that, like, liked how he looked physically were not, they didn't like his story writing. They had thoughts about his story writing. Yeah. I thought, yeah, like that, yeah. Yeah. He wasn't my cup of tea either. Again, much more invested in the Doma shit than I was in the Alamigan shit. Shadowbringers is still probably my favorite expansion. And Heaven's Ward is probably second, if I have to rate those, but yeah. Oh, thank you for the subscription! Yeah. I mean, I loved the, like, big brawl on the Steppe, where, like, all the like, people of Author would get together and, like, duke it out. That was iconic. I loved that. That was fun. It was like, yeah, we're just gonna fucking meet up and fight to see who's in charge. And I'm like, you know what? That's more functional than half the other people in this. I also really, I think part of the reasons that I really enjoyed Shadowbringers was Grahati and Ardbert. Ardbert's whole deal I really empathized with. Like, being there but not being able to do anything, and like the despair he felt at that. I just also like the Fae were amazing. So when I was a kid, I was really bad at math. I was really bad at math when like I was a kid, and I'm still really bad at math. But your brain, so what happens when you're good at one thing and bad at another thing is that your brain overcompensates in other areas to try to like balance, like your brain naturally is driven to overcompensate when you can't do something, right? So because I was so bad at math, I became really good at reading. And I actually started reading Shakespeare when I was in 4th grade. And A Midsummer Night's Dream was one of the first things I read, and I really liked it. It's funny, it's you know, weird, and you know, it had a lot of like mystical, magical fantasy elements, which I liked. So when I got to Shadowbringers to Ilmeg and I met all the Fae, which were like the Scottish Fae, you know, that like attack you and turn you into topiaries, which if you haven't been to Ilmeg and FF14, go to Ilmeg, look at the topiaries. Those are legit people. Those were people that they turned into plants. It's amazing and horrifying. Ilmeg is so pretty, but it's actually a dystopian hellscape for anyone entering it, right? And when the Titania fight happened and Peas Blossom Cobbler and Mustard Seed showed up, I was like, oh my fucking god. I literally started screaming. I was having so much fun with it. And then I like ran upstairs and told my entire family, and they were like, okay, like why? But like, the post patches, yeah, I actually really liked Heaven's Ward. I knew the angle they were going for with the Archbishop. Like, he's got so many villains, like, you kind of know what's going to happen, but it's still done well. And I feel like that's what the game needed, right? I had an issue with the post Heaven's Ward's quest, the Dragon Song Saga, specifically just because it was so fucking long. But at the same time, I kind of understand, like, when I look at the development of the game, I kind of understand it in retrospective. It doesn't mean I'm ever going to go through it again. Sir Emmerich is one of my favorite characters. Not for reasons people think. A lot of people like him because he's sexy. I am asexual. That doesn't work on my shit. That doesn't work on my ass. I mean, it can work on my ass occasionally in games, but, I mean, I like Sir Emmerich just because he was a very interesting. He was an interesting character to follow, and I think Yazael was also a very interesting character to follow. I liked a lot of the character building in Heavensward, especially. Yeah, Emmerich, Yazael, Emmerich and Estinian's relationship was kind of funny. Like, and Estinian and Yazael were low-key hate fucking on the down low. Like, we send Alphino off to go get wood. Estinian and Yazael are, like, behind the rock shacking up. Like, they were... Yazael and Estinian had so much banter in Heavensward. There was no way they were not hate fucking when we turned around. Yazael did have some moments where, like, yeah, that was a thing. But, like, at the same time, like, I think that her character was handled... I think that her character was handled in the way that it kind of needed to be handled. Like, yeah, there were some times where she was pathetic, and I think that's kind of what was a little needed in retrospect, because the thing she was trying to highlight was, like... And I don't know if maybe I think differently because I did the Firmament quest with, like, the dragon guy, and maybe that's why I think about things a little differently with Yazael. And also, I'm a sucker for anything that involves dragons, like, I mean, in a sense, a little bit. Like, there was a lot more power she could have had. But I also think that, like, it wasn't about power for her, it was about relinquishing power. But that's also just might be how I interpreted it. And I think she did what she highlighted what she needed to highlight in the political system, what her character was meant to highlight in the political system, and she exited in a way that I think was a good exit, like, for her character and what she was trying to highlight. I would not describe her as a powerful character, but I also think that her thing was about, like... Yeah, no, but I also think her thing was about, like, relinquishing power or realizing power is not everything in this world, and realizing that maybe she is not the person that she wants to be. Maybe she doesn't... Maybe that what needs to be is not something that she can do. Or not something that should happen. Or what she envisioned happening is not something that should have happened. Or, you know, like, she did what she needed to do, revealed what she needed to reveal, exited the way she needed to exit, and I think it was fine. Like, she's not my favorite character by any means, but I don't have a problem with how, like, things were. I also, like... Yeah. I mean, yeah, like, like, her thing was basically, like, her realizing that even though she thinks she's right, she's still wrong. And, like, being wrong is still a thing. Like, I don't know. It's been a minute since I've been through that story arc, so it could have changed. But, like, she is pathetic. That's kind of the point, I think. But, like, yeah, like, I prefer... I really wish Y'shtola was around more, because Y'shtola is always awesome. Tataru was great. I feel like it was actually really good for... Heavensward was, I think, really more about redeeming Alphino than it was any of the other characters. One, it was Ishgard, which was, like, the carrot on the stick, right? Because, like, all of A Realm Reborn, you're hearing about that. But, like... Two, we really needed to redeem Alphino, because Alphino in A Realm Reborn fucking sucks! I'm sorry. Yeah, like, Alphino in A Realm Reborn sucks, and in Heavensward, they really just had to redeem Alphino, which I feel like made a lot of it seem like we need to make the characters around Alphino worse in a way, so that we like him a little bit more, which worked really well! Like, it worked really well! We ended up liking Alphino because everybody else was, like, fucking insane, or, like, not insane, but, like, had issues, you know? I'm 25. Oh, you mean Alfie. Yeah, Alphino. Yeah, like, Alphino, yeah. One, Alizé is always better than Alphino. I stand by that 100%. Alizé is great. Alphino's, yeah, Alphino's kind of, but yeah, like, yeah, Alphino in A Realm Reborn sucks. In Heaven's Ward, they needed to redeem him, and they did that very well. And I think adding in Kryl in the post scenes made things a lot better too, because Kryl used to be his teacher, and that added a very fun dynamic and also made us all love Kryl, because Kryl actually gets shit done. One, she's got a really cute outfit. Two, she gets shit done, and then if you do Eureka, you learn a lot about her too. But yeah, Kryl, like, yeah, they needed to redeem Alphino. I also just personally, I love Ildashire. Ildashire is one of my favorite spots ever. She's eating Goblin Illuminati. Yeah, like, yeah, Alphino has some issues. I think that Alphino is really good in political situations in the game and political discourse. But I also think that, what is the one that, no, it's not that one. Okay, so I'm gonna rock this for now. I might start trending Honor up a little bit. I think that Alphino is useful in political situations, for the most part. Oh, yeah. Like, and I feel like that's another part of Heaven's Ward, is that the Crystal Braves thing was so insanely stupid that, like, yeah, they literally had to, like, yeah, I feel like he is naive and idealistic, and they kind of toned that down in Shadowbringers, because one, in Shadowbringers he's older, which I feel like helps out, and two, Alizé is usually with him in Shadowbringers and Endwalker, and I feel like in Shadowbringers and Endwalker, having Alizé to kind of buffer that, like, to kind of be a foil to Alphino in those situations helps out. But there are times where I'm like, Alfie, this is not going to work. And again, this is why I like Alizé more than Alphino. However, Alizé isn't as good at the, like, political drabble. So, like, yeah, like, I mean, if I had to choose, like, who I want, like, yeah. I feel like Alphino is good at that, like, Charlian bullshit, like, presenting that Charlian bullshit, and yeah. I mean, maybe. I'm not in the habit of dismissing people just because they're younger, but that's also just because, like, but everybody else is, like, different. I don't mind Alphino and Alizé as a thing. I think they serve their purpose for the story, but yes, I think the most politically adept person was probably Emmerich. Emmerich was probably the, like, when you first meet him, you think he's a fucking snake, and there's a reason for that. But yeah, Emmerich was actually pretty politically savvy with his situation. Not always in regards to his heritage and the Archbishop, but in other situations he was... Yeah, he had some stuff with, like, Four Times Manor and stuff like that that was useful, where, like, oh, like, you know, I can't be seen doing this, but but I know you need this, like, especially in the whole, like, before you even get to Heaven's Ward, where he's like, I can't give you access to Ishgard. This is just like us building better relations so that maybe you can get access to Ishgard. And like, here's someone you can go talk to that can get you the thing you want. And then also just being like, yeah, like, Emmerich was a lot more underhanded than I think Alphina would ever be. Like, he had a lot more, like, under-the-table type stuff that he did. Where, like, or, like, was hinted at, where he was like, yeah, I can't be seen openly doing this, but I can kind of underhandedly do this, which will get the thing that we need done. And then, yeah, like, he had his whole, like, temple, like, the thing between the temple knights and then, like, the like, actual guard and all of that, and, like, kind of subverting that was an interesting, because it is styled more after, like, the medieval political system, I think, but, like, yeah, it's, like, did I take up armor smithing? I think this character took up armor smithing. Yes, that sounds about right. Oh, do I have anything that would use... the leather. Oh, I do. Yes. Okay, cool. That's not what I'm thinking of. Oh. Alright, well. Let me check. I mean, I'm a sucker for that, just as somebody whose stepmom had to teach them Sunday school. Like, and somebody who's been ostracized by the church for being me. But I understand that not everybody is like that, and I also, like, that's not what really interested me about Heaven's Word. Most of it was the stuff around the dragons, because I'm a sucker for dragons, but I know that everybody else has, like, has their own thing that they prefer. Like, for me, I really like the stuff around the dragons. I didn't mind the church stuff. It was very easily predictable. Like, it was extremely predictable, but it wasn't, like, it wasn't the main drive of Heaven's Word for me. The main drive was the dragons. Because anything with dragons is immediately up my alley. Oh yeah, I did history too as well. I was studying to be a research assistant for a while in historical stuff, and then my grandmother is also a history teacher. So I got the implications of, like, the medieval. Guess I'll do that. Yeah, it was way more complicated, but, like, I wasn't expecting the game to do that. I don't know. My level of stuff. I don't mind the weird shape they do, because mostly it's just that, like, I don't mind what they do with the dragons, because I like to view different interpretations of dragons, because I don't know if you've ever heard of geomythology, but it's looking at geological phenomenon and then comparing them to ancient myths and stuff like that, and seeing how we used mythology to explain scientific phenomenon. And the way that different cultures, all of them, have interpreted dragons, like, we all kind of, a bunch of different cultures came up with dragons, and they were all interpreted very differently. and like the evolution of the dragon in history is very fascinating. Matt Kaplan wrote a really good book on it. Actually, I have it. Do I have it with me? I might have put it down somewhere else. I was rereading it. I have one of his books here, but it's not the one I'm thinking of. But it's like the origins of monsters. But yeah, like there's different ways that like people, and like also there's also so Matt Kaplan wrote Science of the Magical and Origins of Monsters, and he was a scientific journalist, so he does really good like geomythology stuff. If you want something a little more essay-y, the first Fossil Hunters is, yeah, I have that one here, and that's by what is it? That's by Adrien Mayer. This is like this is more essay heavy. I usually recommend Matt Kaplan's books first because they're a little more easier to read, and his footnotes are really funny. Like describing the Neiman lion, he's like, or, you know, a bunch of people got drunk, saw a lion, and to save face said it was bigger than it was, you know? But, like, so yeah, Matt Kaplan writes them in a more endearing way, so usually people who are not used to reading really fact-heavy stuff, I recommend his stuff first. But he did Science of the Magical and Origins of Monsters, and those, if you're interested in, like, geomythology or, like, how myths can be described, like, how natural phenomenon influence myths, and stuff like that, like, his books are really good for that, for an intro level stuff. The first Fossil Hunters he references sometimes. It's really good. She also goes into how trade routes influence the spread of myths and how natural phenomena were explained by myths, and I think that she does a really good job of that. She also is really into griffins and how griffins came to be. That's like one of her main ones. But this is kind of like, if you're really into, this is like one of the first like works on geomythology, so that's really interesting. And I like geomythology as a concept, and I feel like it needs to grow more to become a bit more official, but I think that like it makes sense that we told stories to explain things that we saw that we didn't understand, right? And I really like, so like I'm always fascinated by how different people interpret dragons, because I kind of am coming at it from that perspective of geomythology. I can understand why other people might be put off by it if they have something they particularly like. There's nothing wrong with that. So, but yeah, those are some good books that I recommend. I don't know what happened to my Origin of Monsters book. I was reading it. I read the Neiman Lion thing on stream a while back because like we were waiting in queue for something, and I was like, eh. So I like seeing how different people do dragons, because it allows me to be like, okay, I see what we're working with here. That's interesting to me. I don't need an 8-slot bag. But yeah, everybody's got, like, you know, it's not for everyone. Okay. Well, it has been... Yeah, it is very interesting, and like Matt Kaplan goes into that a lot in the geomythology book, and like how and like the first Fossil Hunters does a bit too, like how Matt Kaplan specifically is looking at like different mentions and how like different animals might have shaped different types of monsters. Yeah, the flood is also interesting as well. Oh, another thing that that I also found really interesting was it's more biblical, but it's like it's been so long since I've had to delve into my brain and pull this out of it. Like what happened in Egypt with like, you know, the like, you know, the different like the plague and the stuff like that and all that things. There was actually a volcano around the time that was supposed to happen. There was a volcano that went off that would have covered a lot of the world with ash, and that could have started like, you know, that type of system. So it's very interesting. Yeah. So it's very interesting, like looking. I think this might actually. It's a bit of Matt Kaplan and the first Fossil Hunters. I need to reread the first Fossil Hunters because it's been a minute. But like, yeah, there was a volcano that would have spread ash that could have caused a lot of these things that people were describing at the time. So Not to mention, like, Egypt had over 2,000 different gods and goddesses, which means there's a lot of unexplained phenomenon. But, like, a lot of places did. And also, like, the Oracle of Delphi, there was this whole thing, this isn't the science of the magical, but I found it very interesting. There was this whole thing where apparently the prophecies got worse after a little bit of time, and it turns out that the gas that is being filtered into, like, the cave where the oracle would go sit has a kind of hallucinogenic effect. So the oracle would sit in this gas, get the hallucinogenic effect, say those types of things, and there was an earthquake which actually disrupted the flow of the gas and changed the way the gas flowed, and apparently that's part of the reason that people theorized that they were saying that the oracles got worse over time. It's very fascinating how some things happen, and how myths spring up around things. The Chimera is another one that's kind of fun. What with, like, tar pits and, like, certain, like, pockets of gas and the way trade routes work, and how stories would spread via that. The Minotaur is a really interesting one, too, because it, like, earthquakes and tidal waves and things with Poseidon and the tidal waves, it's exceedingly... Yeah, similar. Like, yeah. Yeah, it is similar. But, like, yeah, so there is, like, it's possible that they do that and then combine it with the hallucinogenic gas in the cave they're sitting in for hours. You can probably come up with some crazy ass shit. Like, yeah, there's a lot of, like, just fascinating, I was gonna eventually specialize in, I think, Cold War history I was probably gonna choose to specialize in that. Cause, like, I'm really interested in the psychological aspects of the Cold War. But, the main issue I had with the college thing is, one, I have a lot of trauma around school, so it's hard for me to be in a classroom. And also, I didn't want, like, I couldn't do the math, for the credits that I needed math credits, and I wasn't at that level, so it was difficult. Maybe when Luna's able to accompany, because I'm training her to do service work, I can go back to try to do college again. When I was in small classes, it was fine. I had a really good time. When I was in classes that were really large and went on for 3 hours, and I couldn't do those. And also, the special education system at the college was really bad. Yeah, the only reason I graduated high school was, one, I was in a resource school, and two, they let me get away with just completing Algebra 1 because they didn't have confidence that I would ever get past that. They were like, no, you have all the credits you need, you're not going to be able to get past this, like... Yeah, like, like, I would love to be, like, do, like, research for history students. I think that'd be really fun. I collected antique books for a really long time. I love that kind of stuff, but I like finding things. I like searching corners of the world for things, but I also don't know if school is something I'm gonna be able to do. I just, like, every time I'm in that kind of situation, I do have diagnosed PTSD. It is a thing where being in that situation is not good for me because of the shit I went through and schools. Like, yeah. Like, I got really physically and emotionally hurt in the school situations I was in, and it's really hard for me to be in a similar situation. So, yeah, school's just not something that's gonna be, like, I'm training Luna to do service work for me, and she's doing really well, and she's been really good with it, and maybe when we get a little more under our belt, I'll go back. I either want to do, like, office administration, or try to get some sort of library degree or something. But yeah, like I can't, it's just not in the cards right now, which kind of sucks because a lot of jobs require you to have college education. But not being able to be in school systems because of trauma makes that really difficult. I like learning. I did really well at the homework. I did really well at the actual schoolwork. I did really bad in the actual classroom. Well, I tried to get disability for my disability, but they told me I wasn't disabled enough. And also the waiting list was months long, and they put me on hold. I was on hold for like 2 days. Every time the 30-minute hold would be up, I'd have to re-enter hold, and I eventually just... I tried to go back to the Department of Rehabilitation. It was a whole big deal. They lost my files 5 times, and they were digital files. They lost them 5 times, and then they would like replace me, and it was a whole thing. The Veterans Administration, yeah. So, I know the Veterans Administration has issues. So, the Department of Rehabilitation, the DOR, is like, it works with the Veterans Administration, and then it is also for people with disabilities. Yeah. So, I'm talking about like just general disability, but yeah, I don't have that. But I know it's similar. I used to work at a homeless shelter, so a lot of people would talk about the VA. Yeah. I have like CPTSD, which is like complex PTSD, mostly resulting from childhood trauma, but I didn't get diagnosed until much later because I was misdiagnosed when I was 7 with bipolar disorder because my dad was diagnosed with bipolar disorder by a psychiatrist who failed to notice my dad was on heroin and was not meant to be working with children. And nobody second-guessed that diagnosis until I was 17, and I was on over 10 medications a day. And because of the way that the insurance system works versus the way the school district works, I was unable to be in certain resource programs that I may have needed due to that misdiagnosis. And I had over 14 different psychiatrists because we didn't have great insurance, and a lot of psychiatrists don't take insurance. So technically I've had over 20 different psychiatrists in my life. I just bounce around a lot. And instead of evaluating the medication, they would just put me on different medication and more medication. So I was really unhinged when I was a kid and really drugged up on a lot of different things. Yeah, it's rough to get any type of valid diagnosis in this country. I didn't get diagnosed with PTSD until I was in high school. And I had several psychiatrists suggest that I had PTSD before that, but my mom didn't want to admit that because if she said I had bipolar disorder, that meant it was my dad's fault. If I had PTSD, that was partly her fault. Also, my mother did a lot of research on bipolar disorder and has done absolutely none on autism or PTSD. So, you know, there's something there with that. I shouldn't have to educate her. That shouldn't be my job as the person with the disability. I shouldn't have to, like, compromise myself to educate her. But it does impact our ability to communicate. It just really sucks because she didn't care about how I felt when I was misdiagnosed with bipolar, but suddenly it's like, Oh, I didn't even get autism till this year either. We're the same. And that's only because I fought tooth and nail for it. Like, that's only because I went in and I was like, everything I have been previously diagnosed with is part of this. And I want you to look at that. And also, like, yeah, girls don't get diagnosed with autism the same way that guys do. But my first reason I got put into therapy was auditory distress. That means that, like, noises going off, overstimulation caused me to have a panic attack. That is a clear sign of autism. I have sensory processing disorder, also in autism. Socially awkward, also in autism. Can't have a conversation, also in autism. Like a lot of, like, I do, like, stimulation things a lot of the time. Like, if I'm trying to remember something, I'll do this, like, or I'm not, like, I'm, like, all of the friends that I've had that I get along with also have autism. No, my mom is a neuroscientist, okay? She studies the brain. She is currently working on a project dealing with people with autism. She's been a neuroscientist at UCSF for my entire life. Like, it's not so much as, like, yeah, she has access to more information about a multitude of things than I do. Like, she just doesn't like to think about it. Like, I mean, no, she studies brain patterns in MRIs and data and research. I grew up my entire life looking at pictures of my brain, or brains. Well, also my brain. But, yeah, so she deals with data research, and she also takes in, so she does, like, the test for people. So she actually talks to the people who are doing the test and analyzes which parts of the brains are lighting up and how they communicate with each other, stuff like that. Well, I mean, we've talked about it. My entire family's talked about stuff. It's just... I put myself in her shoes. I was in critical thinking therapy for years. That's literally all you do. All you do is put yourself in the other person's shoes, because they thought I had anger management issues. I did not have anger management issues. I had anxiety issues that no one was listening to. As a result, I was in critical thinking therapy for years and years, which is all about analyzing the situation more like a TV show where you put yourself in everyone's shoes and you try to see it from their perspective. So I did that for over 10 years. And I'm tired of doing that. I'm tired of having to accommodate my family and their mental health concerns and their physical concerns while they refuse to think about mine. Yeah, I'm a big believer in we find the people we're meant to be with, and we find our family. I just also am still in my current situation and having to come to the realization of that. I mean, I've been in therapy since I was 7. Like, I'm 25, you know, it's been a while. I'm a little over-therapied because I was in resource school where I had to have a therapist. So, like, for most of my life, I had 3 therapists a week. So I've been... It's part of the reason I can't communicate with other people, because I'm used to only communicating with other people through therapy, and I don't understand what it's like not to talk to people through therapy. Like, it's part of the issue, right? Where, like, because for a while I only talked to people when I was in either group therapy or with a therapist. That's the only time I got social interaction. So the idea of, like, talking to someone not in those situations is bizarre to me. Yeah, it's hard. Like, there are times where things get better and there are times when things don't. But, like, I'm also living with the realization, like, being in California and having issues with working due to physical and mental issues. It's like, it's just rough. Like, yeah. Like, I've had incompetent therapists and I've competent therapists, especially in the school system, because all those therapists are interns. So in the public school system, every therapist you meet is an intern, and they put them in a closet, and they pretend that closet is an office, and it's not an office, and I know that, and the therapist knows that, and the therapist is clocked that I know that, and then the therapist gets scared because I can clearly see that they're scared. So like when I was in school with the public, with like public school therapist, I was like, you are not qualified to handle my problems. You know that. I know you know that. We're gonna sit here and glue paper to other paper and just make fucking collages because that's all you're geared to do. Like they're just in an internship, right? So like they just got out of school and that's why they're in the public, like they're only gonna be there for 3 months. I'm not gonna get emotionally attached to them. They're not gonna get emotionally attached to me. Like I was very realistic about that fact. And having been in therapy since I was 7 and having been to so many different psychiatrists and in so many different resource systems, I'm really good at telling when somebody is new to that sort of field or that sort of position, and I'm usually pretty upfront about that. I feel like with therapists, a lot of time you have to go like therapist shopping. Like, it's really hard to find a good fit. And like, I actually, the therapist I had for a while, since later half of high school. And the reason I like her is she didn't start out as my therapist. She started out as part of this program that was meant to take troubled teens and like help them with like their life a little bit. It was called like the wraparound program. It doesn't exist anymore. But basically like, and the reason I liked her at first was just because she took me to get food. And I'd never had, like, I rarely got to eat food. So she would just take me to get food. That's how I am with psychiatrists. I go to whoever I'm told to go to. But yeah, like my therapist actually like the reason I like her, she challenges me. Like she like sets challenges, and it's not like okay, let's do this. It's like okay, let's like it's more like it's more of a like it's not so much a like I talk at her type deal. It's a more like we talk with each other and then we make a plan and then I do the plan, like and then things get better from there. Yeah. So yeah, like, but yeah, that's how I am with psychiatrists. I just go to whoever they tell me to go to. But like with psychiatrists right now, I have a medicine schedule that works for me. I don't really want to tweak that. I don't tweak that. I just say, this is what works for me. This is the medication we're on. If I need to change it or if I have a topic, I'll discuss it with you. Like, I'm done with psychiatrists. I've seen so many goddamn psychiatrists at this point. I'm just like, I don't give a fuck anymore. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's hard to find what works. Like, different things work for different people. Because, like, I tried trauma therapy, too. Like, I went to see someone who specialized in trauma therapy. But the problem was I've been through so many different types of therapy over the years that, like, the trauma therapist and I were just like, yeah, there's nothing much we can do. And also because of my sensory issues, a lot of, like, the way that the trauma therapy works is through, like, sensory input. And like realization and different things, and because of my sensory input like issues, that wasn't going to work. And also because of the autism, I deal in logics and facts, and a lot of trauma therapy is about like rewriting things a little bit and reopening old wounds, and like I grasp onto logical factual things as a comfort tool. So that just didn't work. Yeah, like different, like, I mean, it's really hard to find somebody who just meshes with you too. Like, that's the thing about therapists, is like, it's hard. And like, also, sometimes like different types of therapy are better. Like, that's a lot of things people don't think about, is like, therapists specialize in different things, especially like at a different level, and like, different therapists have, like I saw critical thinking therapists because they thought I had anger management issues. I don't have anger management issues. Now I have a problem with overanalyzing every situation I'm forced into. But I also saw art therapists when I was in school. That was fine. It didn't do much for me, but it did. But I saw my classmates. I saw some of my classmates really open up with art therapy. I went to equine therapists. That was fun. I liked actually riding more than I liked the therapy aspect of it, and then I went to work for a trainer who worked with abused and wild horses, and that was more fun than the equine therapy, but it did get me into that. So like, I've seen a lot of different therapists who do a lot of different things. I've seen a lot of different psychiatrists, most of which were checked out. I mean, it's tough. It's a tough situation, and part of it is like the whole mental health industry and the way insurance handles mental health in this country is fucked, and that's part of it. But yeah, like it's rough if you just have to go see whoever they send you to. I've had that with therapists, and I've had that with psychiatrists, mostly with psychiatrists, but yeah. Yeah, I mean, it is different. Like, I've been doing this since I was 7. You're starting this later in life. So it's a different situation. I don't know what it's like to start this later in life. I'm over-therapied. I had to scale back on the number of therapists I saw because I saw so many so early in life that now I'm like, this is a problem. I need to, like, I literally, like, I gotta take breaks from therapy now because, like, I'm a little, like, too accustomed to it. Yeah. Yeah, it's tough. Yeah. Well, like, the issue is, like, part of living with mental health is, like, there's a lot of control you need to exert in your life to maintain stability that it's hard to sometimes, that sometimes you can feel, like, a little bit selfish or like that. I never thought of myself as a victim. The only times I thought of myself as a victim was when people actually did shit to me. Like, because okay, I went to a school in 8th grade where I was the only person who had never been to juvie and never been suspended. And the teachers were all checked out, and that was the one that actually the police were there every day. And I got fucked badly in that school, and nobody did anything. And then I don't have a victim mentality about it, but I know that, like, what they did to me was not okay, and I'm mad about it, you know? Oh yeah, I don't use it as a crutch. I mean, okay. If I have a panic attack in the airport and they assume I'm a minor and that I have an issue, I will do whatever it takes to get out of that fucking airport. I don't care. Like, airports are my kryptonite. If I'm in TSA and I always get called up for screening, I don't know what it is about me. They see my face and they immediately need to pat me down or some shit. I don't know what it is. If I have a panic attack, I will do whatever it takes to convince them, A, I'm a minor, even though I'm not, and B, please take me away from the situation. I don't care. That's the one time I draw. Every other time, like, I don't mention it. The only time I mention it is when I'm talking to people and, like, it's a situation where I need them to communicate with me. So I need them to know, like, so it's always like, hey, I'm on the spectrum. I'm not good at communicating. So we're in a situation where I need you to communicate with me, and therefore I need you to know this fact about me to make the communication better. I mean, I am not qualified to have an opinion on that because I've never been in the army. I get ads for it all the time though, but I'm already fucked up, so I wouldn't pass the psych test. Yeah. I mean, I'm training my own service dog, and I have a patch on her halter that says PTSD dog, do not touch. It's on the front part of her halter, so you can only see it if you're looking in on her from the front part of her, like if you're looking in on her face on. And the only reason I have that is because she's a mutt, so people immediately are skeptical. And I feel like it just gives some validity to it. But there's a lot, like, I'm a laundry list, like, let's be real. So, like, it's like, yeah. And, like, also, if I have a panic attack, please don't take my fucking dog away from me. Yeah, that fucking sucks. I don't like seeing people, like, I gotta, like, when I was a kid, I would freak out and people would accuse me of attention seeking. And no, I was having a legit panic attack and I would literally stop breathing. And I hated that. I was never attention seeking. I got accused of seeking special treatment, of seeking so many things. I got bullied for it. Like, people would be like, you're just seeking special treatment. You're just so lucky. You just get special treatment. I'm like, no! I got sent to the office because my hands were shaking so badly they almost turned blue. How is that? Like, you know, I'm not seeking special treatment. Like, I never was seeking special treatment. I hated being considered special. I hated being considered that. Like, I would never freak out for attention. Like, that's not the kind of attention I wanted. Yeah, that's gotta sting. That's how I feel whenever people try to get out of crimes by saying they have mental health disorders. Like, okay, so what? You did something shitty. Like, I hate it when people do that. They're like, yeah, I did this horrible thing, but it's because I have this, this, and this. And I'm like, fuck off. It wasn't really an issue for pride for me. I just hated the bully. Like, the accommodations weren't good. They were bad. And they led to a lot of pain because the teachers were also really bad. And the other kids I was with would hurt me. And, like, the teachers would sometimes hurt me. Like, I don't know if you saw that thing that happened in Denver, Colorado, where, like, there was a whole investigation where they basically found out kids were being locked into rooms for hours on end. That happened to me. One time, okay, because I have trouble processing emotions, sometimes I get panic attacks when I watch movies. I was worried about getting a panic attack watching a certain movie in school. I tried to voice this concern responsibly, and they shoved me in a room for hours on end. It was a white room, no way out of it, hours on end. I was freaking the fuck out, and that happened multiple times. So, like, and like, as somebody who's been in the psych ward and been locked in these rooms by schools, like, the story out of Denver, Colorado, everyone was like, this is shocking. I'm like, it's not shocking. That was my reality for years. Like, yeah, 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 yeah. That's disgusting. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Like, a lot of people just don't know how to deal with heavy emotional topics. Like, when I was a kid, my dad died when I was 9. He killed himself. It happens. Life goes on. Not pleasant, but, you know, whatever. Um, I live in a very wealthy area, and I was not a very wealthy person. And a lot of kids don't understand what it means to lose a loved one. So they would ask what happened to, like, people would ask, oh, what happened to your dad? And I'd be like, well, he's dead. He doesn't, or they'd be like, oh, what does your dad do? And I'm like, he's dead. And then they'd start getting all like, oh my god, I'm so sorry. I won't talk about my dad. I won't say anything about this or this. And I'd be like, what? Like, why are you acting like I hurt you? Like, why are you uncomfortable? This happened to me. Shut the fuck up. Like, it's to the point now where now when I tell people my dad's dead and they say that they're sorry, I'm like, oh, did you kill him? You want to play this game. If you want to be uncomfortable, I'll say something legitimately to make you uncomfortable. Because, like, death happens. Death is a part of life. It sucks. It's awful. It's horrible. But it happens, and making it this, like, awkward, scary thing that people need to apologize for, or try to apologize if they think they're upsetting me. Like, I'm like, it happened when I was 9. I'm 25 now. Yeah, I mean, the thing about people who've been through trauma of any kind is something I've noticed is, like, we laugh about the most fucked up things because we understand it. Like, I was talking to someone and they were talking to me about how they got stabbed by basically a shank in middle school, and like how ridiculous the situation was, and we were laughing we were laughing so hard, and anybody else hearing that conversation would have been like horrified. But being two people who have like had issues like that, where like we like, it's like, oh yeah, no, that situation was ridiculous and it's fucked up, but it's kind of funny fucked up, you know? Like, sometimes you have to live through shit, and to have that kind of resiliency to, like, comprehend that. Like, and I feel like people who have been through trauma, like, relate on another level. Because, like, it's kind of this thing where I can only relate to people who are also as fucked up as I am. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Like, it's hard to relate. Like, there's some things where I can't relate personally on, but I know what it's like to be in deep shit. And, you know, being in deep shit sucks. And, all of that. Like, yeah. I mean, yeah, it's a double-edged sword, right? It builds character maturity, but it also fucks you up. Like, the amount of times people have been like, oh my god, you're so smart and mature for your age, and I'm like, yeah, great! No! Yeah. Yeah. Like, I'm cognizant that other people haven't gone through what I've been through, but I'm a little less okay with them being assholes about some of the things that they are. Like, I work with horses, and not all of them are well trained, and a non well trained horse can be very dangerous. And I was helping a guy out. He was looking for a horse, and I was helping him out. And because dealing with large animals can be very dangerous, and he was looking for a project, so it was like, okay, this could be a potentially dangerous situation. I was like, hey, I'm on the spectrum. I might have an issue with communicating, so don't be afraid to speak up or say whatever, you need to say. I won't take anything personally. If I misunderstand something, please feel free to correct me on it. Again, I won't take it personally. I'm not going to be reactive. I understand it, totally okay. And the thing that he said to me was, oh, you speak so well and clear. And I was like, I didn't say anything in the moment because I'm a polite fucking person who is doing my goddamn job. But like, there is no situation where telling somebody, oh, you speak so well and clear, is a good idea. Like, my guy. Yeah, that's the problem. I didn't say anything because, again, I was doing my job. But, like, or, like, when people tell me that my disability is a superpower, I fucking hate that. Oh, my God. Yeah, like, I fucking hate it when I tell people, like, oh, due to my disability, I notice these things more. Like, being over hypervigilant. Like, when you have PTSD, you're very hypervigilant. A lot of times you like to have the ability to see, doors and stuff like that. And, like, you notice little details that other people don't notice because you have to be on guard all the fucking time, right? So, like, you're like, oh, I mean, maybe you don't live in Karenville. I live in Karenville. It seems to be a very Karenville thing. I've only heard it from elderly white women. It's a problem. They think they're being nice. It's not nice. But, like, being overly hypervigilant, especially from a young age, it's second nature to me. Like, I remember this one time when I was a kid, my sister and I were sitting on a roof, and I noticed a lizard, like, really far away, and I told my sister about it, and she was like, wow, you notice things I never notice. And like, I have that still, and like, because I work with, a lot of my jobs have been working with animals, it's really useful to be hypervigilant around animals, because a lot of animals rely on you as their leader. So if you notice things before the animal knows things, you can prepare for it in advance. So a lot of people are like, oh, that's a superpower, and I know that they're trying to be nice. But they don't. The problem is, like, it erases the downside of it, and it makes it harder to fight for, like, rights and abilities that I need. Like, it's like, oh yeah, sure, it's a superpower. The fact that I can't drive, even though I tried to drive, yeah, no, like, it limits the, like, impact that, like, it is a disability. And I know that they're trying to be nice, but they don't realize they're actually being, like, erasive of the issue, like, the bigger issues at hand. Yeah. And, like, when I explain that, a lot of times they're like, oh, but they also act like I'm talking back to them or I'm being rude to them, and maybe I am coming off a little rude. I could work on that. I don't always know how I'm coming off because I've been told I'm not very expressive and I'm not very emotive when I talk. So maybe the way I'm talking is wrong. Maybe I'm saying something wrong. I try to be very careful with my words. But maybe the intention is coming out wrong, and that's entirely possible. But a lot of times, like, I don't know, I like the last job that I lost because my coworker found out I had PTSD and made life a living hell for me because she thought I was too dangerous to be around kids. I had a similar situation to that, where like we had a parent volunteering who has a kid who had some health issues, and the other person I was working with made a comment about it being a superpower, and both the parent and I were like, Yeah, it's very easy to sound defensive with, and I try not to sound defensive because my family is very reactive to anything that can be seen as personal or stuff like that, and they get overly defensive, and so I felt the bad side of that. Like, I'll say the littlest thing, and suddenly it's like I hate all of them, and they act like I hate all of them, and that I want them all to die, or that I hate all people, or something like that. And no, I just said the very tiniest thing about a book, or something like that. But, so I try not to be like that with other people. But I'm also not very good at reading people in the moment, so sometimes I might think that the tactic I've chosen is the correct tactic, but in retrospect it's definitely not. And I try to correct myself on that later on. Once I've had time to sit down and think about the conversation and realize what happens. Sometimes, though, I'm just lost no matter how hard I think about it. Yeah, so I try not to be overly defensive, because I'm generally not a very defensive person. I have clinical depression, and I've been through hell and back. It takes a lot to fucking really irritate me. Yeah, like, if I have time after the conversation, and I reevaluate the conversation, then everything kind of falls into place. But in the moment, I am horrible at it. I'm so bad. So, like, yeah, like, but, like, I try not to be like that. Like, I don't know. When people insult me, usually it's like, I have depression. I say shittier things to myself in the morning. You gotta try harder than that, dude. Like, you ever had somebody, like, insult you and you're just like, I am dead inside. You gotta try a lot. You gotta do much more than that. Like, that's basic ass shit. Like, that sums up most of my time. It's just so dead inside that somebody is saying the most horrendous shit to your face, and you're like, uh-huh. And I don't. Try harder. I'm disappointed in your weak-ass insults. Yeah, I mean, I don't say that. I'm just thinking that. I usually just stare at them and just make some sort of apathetic answer and disengage from the situation, right? But, like, I'm thinking it. Like, I'm thinking, like, I am dead inside. It's almost like they want, and it's like a lot of times when people have extreme emotional reactions, they want you to join them in that extreme emotional reaction to validate their extreme emotional reaction, right? And my lack of an extreme emotional reaction angers them even more because it's like I'm not validating their emotions. The truth is, I think their emotions are valid. I just don't care. I don't have a reason. It's not that I don't care. It's like I don't have a reason to empathize with them if they're treating me like shit, right? And I also am dead inside. Yeah. I get frustrated over people's stupidity. That's how I am as a healer, right? There's many things I can heal. There's many things I can deal with. Stupid is not one of them. Like, I Stupid is my one weakness. When people are stupid or say something or do something truly stupid, that's when I get irritated. Not so much in the moment, but like later on, that's when it really sticks with me. When people are just mean or whatever, that's different. But like the true stupidity of things is when it really irks me. Yeah. Like, I need that on a mug. Like, there are many things I can heal, and stupid is not one of them. I need that on a mug just so I can use that mug on stream. And just, in dungeons, just be like, yep, this is what I'm thinking. I need that on a mug or like a crop top or something. I would say t-shirt, but like because of the way I'm built, I like nothing. T-shirts are like, I have long ass arms, a long torso, but like a short. Okay, I have long arms, long legs, but like I'm not like I'm a tall person inside a short person's body. Like so like a medium t-shirt will fit me here, but won't fit me here. And a small t-shirt will fit me here, but won't fit me there. So what was their lewd response? Are you typing that? I thought you were typing it, so I didn't ask, but maybe I should have asked. Probably should have asked. Yeah, my mom and my sister are both short people and short people bodies. My mom's 5'1", my sister's 5'2", blood related. My dad was taller. My half-sister, she's younger than all of us. She's like 18, right? 18, 19. She's the tallest out of all of us because my stepmom is really tall. So it's like my stepsisters and I are roughly around the same height. Give or take a little bit, like an inch or two. But then my half-sister is like so much taller than the rest of us. It's like they expect the youngest one to be the shortest, or to, you know, not to be like. That's amazing. That's amazing. I'm sorry. That's so great. It is really clever. I've never seen. Oh my god. That reminds me of So, because I'm a very literal person, when I was in school and severely depressed, I looked up the meaning of life in Webster's dictionary. And the meaning of life is a sexual disease that results in death. And, oh boy, did I share that fact with everyone I met that year. And that comment is, yes, life is a sexual disease that results in death. That was in the dictionary. And I'm sure everyone I shared that to that year, because I thought it was really neat. I thought that definition was really fucking cool and funny. Everyone I shared that to thought I was insane. I'm like, legit. It's not wrong! No, it was in Webster's dictionary from like 1990. I literally have the dictionary like on. I don't know if I have it on this shelf. It might be upstairs. Sometimes I use it as a paperweight for things. It's a big dictionary. Actually, it might be back behind there. I would have to actually like move my desk. Okay, I'm not getting it. But yeah, it's an old dictionary. I got it at like yeah, it's not new. Yeah, it was, because my answer to things used to be to look them up in the dictionary, which tells you how literal I used to be. Like, it took me forever to learn sarcasm. I didn't learn sarcasm till late high school, okay? I didn't learn what jokes were and what sarcasm was till late high school. That's how literal I was, and the fact that nobody clocked I was on the spectrum sooner is a problem. Like... Oh, really? That sounds interesting. I love that word. That wording. Thermal burn, sunburn. I'm gonna call all my sunburns thermal burns now. Thank you. That was amazing. I'm allergic to sunscreen though, so a thermal burn is kind of accurate in my case. One, I'm fucking pale as a vampire, despite the freckles. And yeah, so I'm allergic to sunscreen, unless, well, only certain types of sunscreen, but most sunscreen I'm allergic to, because my body doesn't understand shit. So I don't know. Okay, I don't know if you've ever read Death in Yosemite. It's a park ranger who worked in a lot of different national parks, describing weird ways people have died in parks, or like all the ways people have died in parks, but mostly weird ways, right? And it's a very big book, but he worked in Yosemite for a long time, so he describes a lot of the deaths in Yosemite. It's a very long read. It's entertaining as fuck. Most people die due to horses, naturally, but, one of the ways, in the 70s, like 70s, I think, I'm bad with numbers, it could have been like, I mean, it's gotta be 70s, it's in the time frame of the 70s to 90s, which yes, it's a very long time frame, but I'm bad with numbers, just bear with me here. Before cell phones, before the age of cell phones, okay? When everything was pretty, like, when going to a national park was pretty isolating. So there's a reason you don't fly over Yosemite. So airplanes don't fly too close to Yosemite because the way that the valley is shaped affects the way that the wind flows. Maple, you can get up on the bed. Bear is not going to get mad at you. Here, come over this way so Maple can get up. Bear, come. Anyway, okay, so you don't fly too low in the valley of Yosemite because the wind can actually make things pretty turbulent for planes. And I'm pretty sure it was in the 70s. Small pilot plane smuggling marijuana crashed in the mountains of Yosemite into a lake, and a bunch of mountain climbers climbed up, dove into the lake, retrieved the marijuana, and made bank that week. And they didn't think to lock the place down until like halfway into the investigation. And so, like, apparently there are still rules about that lake due to people retrieving marijuana from it. And yeah, there's just a fucking... But yeah, like a lot of mountain climbers, yeah, made just absolute... But yeah, it was like, oh yeah, there's a plane. It sounds like something out of a fucking, it sounds like something out of a movie. The fact that nobody's taken that story and made a fucking movie about it and called it, like, the mountain climber heist or some shit like that, is astonishing to me. You can get up there. He's not gonna get mad at you. He literally does not care if you're sleeping with him or not. He'll probably just leave. I mean, there's a lot of other ways people have died in national parks that, were notoriously stupid. But, I mean, so there's one guy who told his wife, his pregnant wife, that he was going to Yosemite and then never returned. So she freaks out and calls the National Guard. And they start searching for this guy. And it takes for like months, right? And then it turns out he didn't even go to Yosemite. He ran away because he was scared. Like, he just ran away and changed his name. This book, it's like, okay, here it is, right here. It's by, okay. It's called Death in Yosemite. This is the book. It's very long, but if you are very into collecting, bizarre stories and knowledge about weird ways to die in nature, or just like basic ass ways to die in nature, most of them are just people being dumb. But like, Maple, he's not gonna get mad at you for getting up on the bed. She doesn't want to get up on the bed because the other dog's up on the bed. She wants it all to herself, and she's being come here. Do you just want a treat? Is this another thing of you wanting a treat? Yeah, you just want a treat. Okay. I like collecting knowledge. One, I used to do like endurance riding, which is where you go out in the middle of nowhere with horses and like camp for a week. And then we also camped a lot when I was a kid. My dad was a mountain climber and a glacier climber. So if we weren't like climbing on things as kids, we were doing something wrong. The fact that I never broke my arm is a miracle, to be honest, because like most parents are like, hey, don't climb on the monkey bars. My dad was like, get up on the monkey bars now. Jump off the monkey bars now. You need to learn how to land. He grew up in upstate New York, by the way, in the middle of fucking nowhere, an hour away from any town. Like, the driveway was a mile uphill. Maple, you can get up there. Do you just want food? You need to lose weight. You are supposed to lose weight for your arthritis. I am not supposed to feed you. You're on a diet. Is that why we're whining? Are you trying to trick me into giving you food because you're on a diet? Is that the deal? You gotta lose like 3 pounds. Like, you can't. Yeah, she's trying to get me to feed her. Okay. But yeah, like, so like, it used to be like a yearly thing to go camping in Yosemite. Not so much anymore. But yeah, like, I really liked camping. Horse camping is definitely more fun. I'm gonna say that. I did get really fucking injured horse camping, though. Which is why I don't do it as much anymore. I was riding and the horse in front of me started bucking and kicked me in the knee. And I have arthritis in that knee to this day and a fucking scar. And I also didn't go to the doctor when I really should have. Goddamn. But yeah, like, so I like collecting, like, weird things. Another, if you don't want to read something that big, but you still want weird ranger stories, Hey Ranger is a much shorter version of that. It's a little more, like, kid-friendly, too, in a way. But, yeah, Hey Ranger is a good, I don't know if I have it on this bookshelf. I think it's upstairs. Or, this is not anything about that. This is called Subpar Parks. And it's about the national parks, but it's also people's 1-star Yelp reviews of national parks, which is really great. And it's combined with, like, art. So, like, it's the art in the book is by Amber Scher. But she took people's 1-star Yelp reviews of national parks and then wrote about the national park, but also their Yelp review. So, like, gates of the Arctic National Parks. Mountains not nearly tall enough. And, yeah, so, like, she does, like, these very, like, portrait-esque things, but then just with the banner of the 1-star review. So, Glacier Bay, not great. Katami National Park, fleeting glimpse of one bear. I love that somebody got so irritated with the national park that they went on a website and just wrote, fleeting glimpse on a diet. Kubuk Valley, mysteriously silent and lonely. Lake Clark, nothing to do there. Just like, yeah. Just a bunch of just like, oh yeah, Channel Islands, too many birds. Yeah, it's a fucking island. It's a really good, and it's got some stuff. I feel like I did a lot of book like recommendations. I read a lot, so if anybody wants book recommendations, I can certainly do a video that's just all book recommendations. I mean, yeah, I mean, only if you're on Sable Island. Oh, Sable Island actually is really interesting. So Sable Island is this tiny little island in like I think off of Maine, but it's got a very interesting type of horse where they didn't evolve like regular horses, so they're actually more like goats. So the bottom half of their leg is more like they're biologically like goat legs, but on a horse. It's insane. Sable Island horses are insane. They're like little ponies with like goat legs. They're built like goat legs, but because they didn't evolve, and they just evolved on this tiny little island because somebody dumped a bunch of fucking horses on an island, and apparently it was too far to swim or whatever, so they just evolved to be these goat horses. That's a fun fact I learned. Has nothing to do with anything I ever talk about ever. Well, okay, unless I'm like doing equestrian stuff, but like, Sable Island horse is insane. They're actually, I think, nationally protected. Okay. I'm gonna get kicked off. I should actually probably go anyway. It's been 5 hours. I will leave you with that fact about Sable Island horses, which are goat horses. Now you know goat horses exist. Congratulations, everyone. I hope you all enjoy that fact about goat horses. Alright. I will hopefully be on again this weekend or tomorrow evening. Maple, you cannot have any more food. I am sorry. You are on a diet. You have to live with that fact. I hope you all have a content week with just enough challenge to be rewarding, but just enough safety to feel reassuring and comforting. You are all valid and worthy, whether or not you feel it yourself. Stay safe and eat cake, because the more you weigh, the harder you are to kidnap. And I want you to stick around. Maple is signing us out, so I guess that's it. I will definitely watch for thermal burns due to nuclear fireballs.